my goodness. And there it is. Wow, gets it to spin to go.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2021 U.S. Women's Open, the second major championship of the PWBA Tour season. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications and Bowl TV, and we are ready to go out to the lanes at Double Decker Lanes in Rohnert Park, California, as A Squad gets ready for its second 8-game block of qualifying here at the USWO, this time on the 40-foot flat condition, which lived up to the hype, not going to lie. During B Squad earlier today, only 5 players averaged more than 200 over the course of their 8 games, highlighted by Brianna Cote, who moved into the overall lead after going 84 over on the day. So a very impressive performance on a very challenging condition from Brianna Cote, the 2-time PWBA Tour champion. But we got A Squad. They're ready. They're underway. So we're going to go out to the lanes before we bring in the rest of the team. And we're going to take a look at our tournament leader after day number 1, Sherry Tan. She's going to be joined by Marissa Carey and Taylor Boltice over on lanes 29 and 30 to your left, and pretty impressive pairing to the right as well. Shannon Sellens, who made the show in 2019 on her way to a 5th-place finish. Dasha Kovalova, the 4-time PWBA Tour champion and current leader in points this season on the season-long points list for the PWBA Tour. And then the 17-year-old standout, Jillian Martin, going to be joining us as well here on the 40-foot condition in game number 1. Now, folks, let's meet the team here. Going to introduce from Double Decker Lanes, Emil Williams Jr. BWJ, got that shimmy going. That shimmy.
How we doing?
We're doing well. We had a nice little break. Got to take a look at some of the numbers here. And most importantly, we don't have to bowl on this 40-foot condition. So we don't have to. We talked to Missy Parkin after the conclusion of that block a little bit earlier, and she said just, bowling 8 games is nothing for these competitors, but just the mental grind of competing out there was enough to just wear Missy out from that aspect of it. So the mental grind is going to be just as tough as the physical grind on the lanes today.
Yeah, it's supreme focus throughout. I mean, and to be completely honest, it's that same focus one that they would normally have, but it's heightened because you're bowling on such a difficult condition and arguably the most prestigious event of the year on the schedule, and certainly the opportunity to win a nice prize check. So when you have all of that combined, definitely forces you to pay a bit more attention, be a little bit more focused. And as she said, both shots. I mean, it's the second shot and the second ball that has really hurt a lot of players today. And I'm talking about spare shooting. So that same amount of focus that you spend trying to make sure you hit the 1-3 or the 1-2. It's the same amount of focus that players are trying to extend to any spare opportunities, and those are going to certainly be the difference. We saw a lot of open 10th frames today, Aaron, this morning, and bad things happen certainly, but it was just so many, and we hope we can limit that a little bit here in this squad, but. It's going to be tough. You go in knowing it's going to be tough. You do what you can to get what you can and move on to hopefully what is a good or decent pair.
All right, folks, we'll bring in Curtis Von Kruger and Jason Thomas a little bit later in the block. But for right now, we're going to go full screen here behind lanes 29 through 32. However, we do have all lanes in play available to watch on bowltv.com. So all 24 competition lanes accessible from our navigation on bowltv.com. So you can follow your favorite athlete competing this week as they make their journey, hopefully across 56 games. A reminder of the tournament format. We had 8 games yesterday on our 36-foot condition. Today, 8 games on the 40-foot flat. Coming up tomorrow, the third qualifying round, 46 feet, the pattern length, will also feature 8 games. And after 24 games, we're going to cut down to the top 24 players in the field. Those 24 players will return on Sunday. They're going to bowl 8 additional games on a 4th pattern, 42 feet in length, before heading into round-robin match play. That's going to take place Sunday and Monday, 3 8-game rounds of that. So you'll bowl every player left in the field once, and then the position round all the way down in game 56. Imagine that's still going to be 40 games away at the conclusion of today for these for some of these competitors. So still a long way to go. And then after that, total pinfall for 56 games plus bonus pins from victories in match play. 30 for a win, 15 for a tie, 0 for a loss, will determine the top 5 who will be competing for the green jacket, the trophy, the $100,000 top prize on Tuesday, August 31st, 7 p.m. Eastern on CBS Sports Network. So, Emil, here are some stats I was intrigued by during the break. Mentioned at the top of the show, 5 players plus for the block. Brianna Cote went 84 over. She's now the overall leader. Lindsey Boomershine plus 68. Missy Parkin plus 48. Shannon O'Keefe plus 22. Deandra Aspady plus 9. Overall for B Squad, now through 16 games, only 7 players averaging better than 200. So just 7 players plus overall from B Squad, 36 players total. So that is certainly speaking to the challenge that the U.S. Women's Open is providing. And we really talked a lot about, this 40-foot pattern kind of being the equalizer, if you will, and, the one you really don't want to let get away from you too quick. 2 marquee players who had some struggles out there today, taking pretty big drops. Verity Crawley, who's plus 31 after day number 1, now at minus 39. And then Shannon Pluhowski on the left side, plus 122 after day 1, dropped to minus 57. So especially looking at the left side and having Sherry Tan here, it's going to be interesting to see how the left side develops on this 40-foot flat condition, seeing kind of the scoring pace from Shannon. So for Sherry, who was 166 over to start the day, what could be in store for her for this 8-game block?
Well, based on those numbers, and someone had mentioned that earlier, it might have been Brad during this morning's round. I don't think I had realized at that time. Like, I knew Shannon was struggling, but I didn't see the final number. So, wow! First and foremost, and second, I think Sherry Tan certainly is aware, right, of either how Shannon did. The numbers are the numbers, but I'm not sure if she had an opportunity, what time she got here to actually come and look, or it's as simple as, no matter what anyone else has done previously, I can only do what I can do or control what I can control in that sense. She's off to had a 4-6, I think, in the first frame, strike 7-2. Now a bucket to deal with. It's clearly going to be tough, and already with some potential struggles ahead. So is she going to be the overall leader after today's round? Based on that information you just gave, the answer to that would be probably no. But how far may she take it there? Or she could just do the opposite. Right? We've seen her do miraculous things before as well. So it's one of those things to where success based on the stats do not suggest that's going to be in the cards for Sherry Tan. But at the end of the day, she can't win the tournament if she's leading it today. So if she does happen to fall a few spots, you'd only hope, obviously, for her. She doesn't give too many back to where it's going to be a complete uphill battle to maintain a spot in the top 24 after all is said and done tomorrow. Interesting, very interesting situation we've got potentially developing here.
Taking a look at the overall standings, we'll run through these. Obviously, B squad already complete with their 16 games. So we'll note those players. A squad starting their block right now, but Brianna Cote, we mentioned, going plus 84 today, nearly matched her effort from round number 1, went 86 over on the 36-foot condition, 84 over on the 40-foot condition. She's leading at plus 170. Sherry Tan yesterday got to plus 166. Erin McCarthy, who's bowling on A squad, plus 132. Daria Payuk, although her final 2 games were in the 170s, I think she did a nice job kind of maintaining that block. Plus 123 for her, sitting in 4th place overall. Liz Culkin, plus 102, bowling on A squad. Sydney Brummett, plus 100 on A squad. We're watching Taylor Boltice right now. She's tied with Diana Zavyelova at plus 90. Stephanie Johnson from B squad, plus 88. Shayna Ung, plus 75, also on B squad. Rounding out the top 10 at the moment. We started the day off at the cut for 24 was plus 7. It dropped to minus 17. So that is the current number, which belongs to Shannon O'Keefe, who we mentioned had one of the few plus blocks earlier today. So she improved from minus 39, went plus 22 today to get to minus 17. Currently 24th, but obviously these 8 games are going to shake up that cut line probably a little bit more as these competitors make their way across the house at double-decker lanes. So looking at, mentioning Shannon Pluhowski, who had some struggles out there, she's still going to be very much in this. She's still going to be right around that number. That number may actually come all the way to her when it's all said and done. For Verity Crawley, who once again, this is getting back to the PWBA Player of the Year race talk. She's going to have her work cut out for her tomorrow. But as we've been seeing and are thinking, although we were a little bit off when we were talking about what we saw with that 36-foot pattern, we definitely see more opportunities for the players to get pins tomorrow on the 46-foot condition. And then from there, hope to see if it's enough to make the top 24. But so Verity will need a big 8-game block to make her run to extended play here.
It's going to be interesting. Probably another little unexpected from Verity, but blocks like that happen, especially on this. And I think the good news for Verity, if there is any, really, it is that her mindset is probably one of the best on tour, and so she can, she's not happy, no doubt about that, I'm sure, but she is a player who can kind of understand and take what you need to take, if there's anything to take from this, and put it in a bottle, dump it off, maybe drop it in the bay, leave it there, watch it float away, and move on to tomorrow, where that's the next thing that she has the ability to control. So for today's players, I mean, it's simple as make spares. If you can make a spare today, you're going to be in decent position for tomorrow. To hopefully gain as many pins as you can. Hopefully get you a run at the cut line. It's an interesting situation we got brewing here, Aaron.
Shannon Sellens put together a nice game here. Still has 258 out there through 7 frames. Jillian Martin with a couple of strikes early. Get things going, but everybody else still trying to find their way here in the early going of A Squad Round 2. USWO.
I was waiting until someone mentioned it to be the bearer of bad news today or this evening. But unfortunately, they were unable to get live scoring working for today. So it was not working earlier today. We're hoping that it would be working tonight, and it is not. Sorry for the inconvenience. We will just have to listen to me. Tell you the additional scores around the house. And who would want to do that?
Gonna make that my new ringtone moving forward. Do people still do that? Are ringtones still a thing?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if they're necessarily referred to still as ringtones, but hope everyone is doing well. See, Nick Hoagland has joined us for the evening. Oh, maybe Kelly's got a solution that no one knows about. I'm going to go try that. Everyone is feverishly going to download this app.
Well, folks, download away. Do want to mention that as we approach the end of game number 1 here, we will be continuing here on BullTV.com for the final 7 games of the day. So all the folks who are already watching on BullTV.com, you're already in the right place to be for continued coverage here of the U.S. Women's Open. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, first and foremost, thanks for joining us here for game number 1. But we will be heading exclusively to BullTV.com for games 2 through 8 this block. So if you want to continue to watch the action, join the Bull TV chat. It's a really fantastic community of folks coming together who love bowling, love talking about bowling, enjoy having a good time, and really like winning giveaways, because we do that here as well. We have giveaways, folks. You're going to have to head over to BullTV.com, subscribe today. You can watch the rest of the U.S. Women's Open, all of qualifying, all of match play, for $8.95. Get all the live coverage, buy your event ticket. You can pick up a monthly recurring subscription for $9.95, just $1 more. That gets you not only access to the live coverage, but archived events as well, in case you missed anything along the way. You want to go back and watch it, as well as full access to BullTV.com, so you can check out all the on-demand content to go along with it. If you're looking long-term, you can pick up an annual recurring subscription, $79.95, which gives you the same access as the monthly, but in an annual package. So transaction fees do apply for all 3. BullTV.com, the place to be to pick that up. For those of you, on the fence about wanting to try it or check it out, the monthly recurring is really probably the smart move right now, just because of what we have coming up on Bull TV coming up in September. In addition to the rest of this event, we also will be broadcasting the Super Senior Classic and the USBC Senior Masters here on BullTV.com over a 10-day stretch in Las Vegas from Sam's Town. So September 9th through the 19th, BullTV.com, the place to be to watch both of those great events for players 60 and over at the Super Senior Classic and 50 and over at the Senior Masters. So we'll be looking forward to that coming up just about a week after we wrap up the U.S. Women's Open. So a lot in store moving forward here on BullTV.com. Of course, also in 2021, the end of the PWBA Tour season in October. Shannon Sellens saying, what flat condition out there. In the 240s, one more to get into the 250s out of the gates. But the PWBA Tour season wraps up end of October at the Fall Classic Series, which also features the Tour Championship, $50,000 for first place there. The final major, finals on CBS Sports Network. The Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series, new item from USBC. 3 of those events going to be out in the back half of the year as well. And then before you know it, it'll be January time for Team USA trials.
Aaron, we didn't see this type of score until what was it?
Deandra had, I think it was game 3. She shot 250.
Yes, game 3. And then we saw 250 a couple games later from Shannon O'Keefe, 240 from Yana Cote. But Shannon just right off the bat.
So 246 out of the gates. Shannon Sellens. Jillian 202. Dasha can get to 188 after that first hit in the 10th. Sherry looking for 3 in a row, looking to sneak out 170 here. It's going to have the washout. Will be in the 150s. Shannon Sellens is going to jump up to plus 48, just like that. Nice shot from Marissa Carey, looking to get to 187 with 2 more. Collegiate standout from Indiana Tech, junior Team USA member. $157, Sherry Tan. So she's going to drop to plus 123. Taylor Baltice can get to 173 here. She was starting the day at plus 90. Marissa Carey also plus to start the day, plus 21. So she is going to dip just below even here.
Good info from JT for the Bowl TV community. There's always one thing to expect, and it is, especially if there's multiple squads, multiple but different squads specifically. But there's always going to be some level of knowledge applied that was learned from the morning, which then can be applied by the folks bowling up in the evening. I've already seen a little bit of that already. Nice game from Josie Barnes. That's somebody I would look. I would pay attention to, Aaron, today or tonight, I should say. Generally speaking, enjoys when they are tough, knows exactly what to do, knows how to keep it in play, and generally is also a very good spare shooter.
She already posted a great video getting ready for this. I don't know if you caught it on social media, but her and Aaron McCarthy were walking through the hotel, and it appeared that there was some type of door situation where there was there's a very tiny walkway to go through to get through that door, and Josie basically saying that that's what's going to feel like bowling tonight on this 40-foot pattern, just trapped in a very tiny space to try and make things work and put up a decent score here. So already off to a good start with that, but be excited to see Josie's progress, looking for a bit of a bounce back after round number 1. But Emil, since we are done with game number 1 here in our featured pair, we're going to take a quick second to just reset everything on our side. If you're watching on bowltv.com, hang tight. We'll be right back with game number 2. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, we hope to see you over at bowltv.com, because we're going to be taking the stream down from those platforms. Bowl TV, the only place to be able to catch the rest of the round, all match play, all qualifying here from the 2021 U.S. Women's Open. So we'll be right back with game number 2 on Bowl TV. All right, game 2 getting underway here. Quick look around the house. If you want to follow your favorite competitor, over on 13 through 16, you are going to find Marissa Carey, Taylor Boltice, Sherry Tan, Shannon Sellens, Dasha Kovalova, and Jillian Martin, the group we just watched. On 17 through 20, Catherine Rosthorn, Alexis Nair, and Maria Jose Rodriguez, along with Liz Culkin, Ashton Woods, and Sydney Brummett. 21 through 24, Courtney Ermish, Tanya Ramanpour, Liz Johnson, Diana Zavielova, Giselle Pass, and Lauren Pate. On 25 through 28, Wendy Bater Jimenez, Aaron McCarthy, Nicole Hiroka, Angie Ramirez-Perea, Bernice Lim, and Debbie Ayers. On 29 through 32, Valerie Bercier, Julia Bond, Haley Richard, Jada Horn, and Danielle McEwen. And then on 33 through 36, Fania Kobo, Kelly Kulik, Taylor Bailey, Josie Barnes, Birgit Norreichs, and G.G. Mason. So with that introduction of where the players will be, let's introduce another member of our broadcast crew. Also from Double Decker Lanes, Curtis Von Kruger.
Yo, what time is it? Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Just kind of walking around the house, and as expected, the scores are low at times. As you guys were watching Shannon Sellens, I went up to her and I asked her, "Hey, what'd you shoot?" And she said 48. And my immediate response was 148. And she's like, "No, 248." And that just goes to show you it's more believable that somebody's going to shoot a .148 than if they shoot a 248. So a great game to start for Shannon Sellens, but as you can probably tell, or looking around the house, just like the first squad, this is a very, very, very difficult pattern. And these players, you can only learn so much from watching one squad, and as soon as two balls go down the lanes, it's pretty much a different ball game. It's a an alternate universe, if you will. Limitless possibilities, and the lanes never break down the same way. They're never going to play the same way, and that is only amplified when you have this flat pattern on a new surface, no defined track. So it's going to play even flatter than it would if it was just laid on an older surface as well. So just tons of things they have to navigate, but the one thing that keeps coming back over and over and over again is make your makeable spares. Don't miss makeables. You looked at Daria Payok last block, and I counted just my casual observation, almost nearly 100 pins she gave away in makeable spares. So if you make 95% of your spares, you're gaining 60, 70, 80, 100 pins on the field. So these players really need to dig in, get 9, shoot the spare, move on, wait for that 4-bagger, wait for that 3-bagger, shoot your 2 teens, your 190s, and keep it going. But, it's got to be frustrating when it's hard enough to get wood and you're giving it away.
Excellent points there, Curtis, as we settle into game 2. We'll go back to full screen here. But pretty crazy. Spare shooting, it's at every level, folks. We talk about it at every level. How important spare shooting is and will continue to be. So kids, work on those spares. Second ball focus.
Yeah, no. I mean, we talked about it in junior gold, right? And, people, it's not just at junior gold. It's at the ITRC. It's at, tryouts. It's at collegiate events. It's at the top of the food chain here on the PWBA Tour. And we'll talk about it on the PBA Tour when we look at the Masters and the U.S. Open. It is spare shooting. And if you approach your spare shooting the right way, it doesn't matter what condition you really put out there, you're going to be able to hit your spares. You look at a guy like Norm Duke or Walter A. Williams Jr. or Liz Johnson, Wendy McPherson. These people had a very, very methodical, organized way to break down their spare shooting left to right and grid it out. And they knew, hey, if I leave this is where I'm standing. This is how I'm shooting it. And it was beat into their muscle memory over and over and over again. So if you're not spending half your time, 40, 50, 60% of your time shooting spares, in my opinion, you're wasting valuable practice time on something that is a main component, if not the biggest component of the game. What are your thoughts, Emil?
Well, I mentioned this yesterday, but my entire game was based on spare shooting as a player. So there's no doubt that, I 100% agree. How you get there as far as like your varying spare systems and how you line up, those are probably different to every player, but the overall message is the same. And however you figure out how to make said spare or whatever, I mean, you gotta. It's like I've got a line, okay. I haven't trademarked it yet, and I should. And I said this in college, and I said single pins are like free throws. You just don't miss. And
you can't be Shaq.
It's the same thing. And now you can be like Shaq and say, I make them when they count. But in this sport, by the time that happens, you've already lost.
Yeah.
that doesn't work in both. So you can't go up to the free throw line and give away points down the stretch.
No.
With 25, 30 seconds left. It's the same thing here. We give away pins, and it's we all know what it is. Like the players know it's one of those things, but it's also always a reoccurring thing when it happens, and it's one of those. It sounds like you try not to talk about it that much, but I would say through a day and a half, it's starting to be a recurring thing.
And Emil, it all comes down to focus. The one thing that this tournament stresses the most is mental focus, because you have to evaluate every single shot that's going down the lane. You have to be able to understand, did I throw it well? Did I hit my mark? Did I throw it fast enough? Did I throw it at speed? How did that look in comparison to my last shot? Do I need to adjust? Do I need to make a ball change? You have all of those things swimming around your head, and then all of a sudden you're leaving a 10-pin, 9-pin, your 6-10s, your 4-7s, or whatever you're leaving. You might be focused on the next shot, focused on what ball you need to switch to, whatever the case may be, and it's a lapse in focus. It's taking for granted the simplicity of spares and not giving them the due attention. And so these players need to. I mean, that's why the U.S. Open's the hardest tournament, professional tournament in the world. And you got to find that extra level of focus and intensity.
Yeah, Missy said it best earlier, where she was just had about as all the focus she could have for one squat. Basically, she was mentally and physically tired.
Yeah.
Not only the 8 games, of course, the physical motion, but just like you said, the focus and the extra attention to detail, essentially, that it requires shot in and shot out. 2 frames, 1 frame, whatever it is, 2 shots, 1 shot. And so it really forces you to dig deep in that sense.
No, absolutely. And we can sit here and talk about it and make it sound like it's just this simple thing. I can't focus on brushing my teeth for more than 2 minutes sometimes,
It's hard. It's difficult.
Yeah.
I think the viewers know it's difficult, right? It's just magnified at the U.S. Women's Open when you miss spares. I think it essentially is what it breaks down.
I think there was a great comment from Shannon O'Keefe when we had her join in the booth during the Summer Classic series, in talking about the focus needed when you look at the length of a game, and we're coming in at about half-hour clips right here, but how much actual time over the course of 10 frames are you on the approach? And kind of you get on there, you get your stance, you get ready to go. Every shot, it's just a couple of seconds. And I just thought that was such a great way to describe it of, can you make sure your mental focus is ready to go for each of those instances, that you're 100% committed in that short amount of time. And because obviously there's a lot of downtime between frames. It certainly can be that way, but I thought that was a great point in looking at if you can really sit back and focus, not think ahead, not think about, man, that was not a good shot. What did I do wrong? Or, man, I can't get that 10-pin out. What's the next move? Just focusing in that short window at that time, doing what you need to do. I thought that was a fantastic point for folks to take home and apply to their own game.
And that is really a good point. By the time you step on the approach, you need that confidence to know what you're doing is the best choice you can make given the information you have, right? And so you need to eliminate that doubt as soon as your foot touches that and just focus on the execution aspect of it, right? And if you execute the right shot and you don't get the right results, well, you get some extra information. Maybe what not to do the next time. Emil, you've probably bowled on very difficult patterns throughout, when you bowled.
Mm-hmm.
I can only imagine that sometimes it's more important to get that information and know what to do with it, instead of, hey, maybe throwing a strike there. So, how did you approach that when you threw what you thought it was a good shot, and it just didn't work out the way you wanted it to?
Well, I think there was probably two ways of thinking at that time for me. I think early on, I didn't know enough yet about the game to properly decipher what I was seeing. So I would gain or gather this information and know that things are happening and I probably should be moving and there's transition and all that kind of stuff. But I didn't know how to properly handle the business. Then I learned how to do that. And then, moves either become quicker, you're less stagnant, but you still got to maintain the exact same focus. And so for me, sometimes I just had to make it as easy as possible. It's the same thing here. You got to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
In many situations. So I'm like, all right, if I know that I'm not probably going to strike, I'm not going to say I bowled we didn't bowl in the U.S. Open. We didn't bowl on 40 people in college, but we bowled on some tough stuff. So it was very similar. My propensity of striking wasn't that high. I just wasn't one of those individuals that struck a lot. So it was, if I wanted to bowl, I had to make spares. And so I probably paid more attention to my spare game from a focus perspective. Not that I wasn't focused on the first shot, but I know, like, okay, this is my game. This is why I'm here. I'm going to make these spares, and this is how we're going to win.
Strike for show, spare for dough. You hear it all the time.
Then, of course, when you don't bowl, you go to the Open Championships and just bowl the worst you've ever bowled in your life and miss every spare. And so
leave the 4-5.
I have to, the Aaron, I have to redeem myself now. So now I'm going to bowl league. I can't have that as my last bowling experience, the 2019 Open Championship.
Leaves a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth.
It is beyond sour. It's rotten. Spoiled.
It's not rotten. Score updates.
Got that right. Hit it.
Oh!
Liz Culkin, now the leader on A squad after 226 the first game. She's leading the way at plus 128. Sherry Tan, as we watched in game 157, she drops to plus 123. Erin McCarthy, 179 in the opener. She's at plus 111. Diana Zavyalova, plus 78. Taylor Baltice, plus 52. Sydney Brummett, plus 50. Shannon Sellens, the big 246, moves up to plus 48. Wendy Bater Jimenez, plus 18. Liz Johnson, plus 9. And then Birgit Norreichs is even after 9 games. So at the moment, 17 players overall in the field, plus or better. Marissa Carey, minus 3. Dasha Kovalova, minus 5. Valerie Bercier, minus 25, is the current cut number. Valerie looking to come back after 131 in the opener. Taylor Bailey, minus 28. Danielle McEwen, minus 33. Maria Jose Rodriguez, minus 38. Julia Bond, minus 39 after 215. Tanya Ramanpour, minus 53. Angie Ramirez-Perea, we talked about a little bit about the struggles on the left side. She came out of the gates with 221. Currently at minus 89. But, outside of Shannon Sellens with that 240 number, it's looking pretty similar to what we saw earlier during B squad as far as where scores are getting to. Amelia, you mentioned Josie Barnes. She went 203 in game 1. Alexis Nair, 226. That might be the next biggest game out there. Angie, 221. Julia, 215. And then Liz Culkin, 226. So then everything else, a few 2-0s scattered out there, but scoring pace has remained moderate to low.
I think there's always going to be an outlier or two when we talk about scores. I didn't anticipate, though, that it would be immediate, kind of on the fresh. But we'll see if what JT mentioned in the chat, and for those who may have just joined, Jason Thomas mentioned in the chat for all of you as some information to pay attention to. He said the word in the building is that this squad will start further left and should get the lanes to transition a little faster than B Squad did this morning. Still won't be easy, but we could see slightly higher scores this evening.
Once again, only 5 players plus in the squad earlier today.
If anyone wants a good look at, a lefty example, and we've been talking about Sherry Tan, but Angie Ramirez is also bowling. She too is left-handed, and I can't tell what bowling ball she's throwing. It looks to be some type of honey badger. I'm not sure which one. Definitely with some surface. Oh, I missed that, JT. Well, let me finish the point. Angie throwing something with surface, some type of honey badger. It's kind of got a, let's see, like a reddish, more of a red type color on this honey badger. A little bit of loft. I'm not sure if that's intentional. It looks like it is. If you look at her roll from an angle, it looks like she's lofting the gutter, but she's not. Not that I've seen her a little closer. But so far, it has resulted in strike, 9 spare strike, 9 spare, 9 spare strike. And for what we've been talking about, obviously, that's exactly what you want to see. So Angie's on 27 and 28 for those who want to check that out.
Danielle going to be in the 180s here after the 10-pin conversion in the 10th. Had that real nice 3, 4, 6, 7 conversion in the 4th frame after the 3-bagger. Baby split conversion in the 9th frame. But in general, just not too much striking out there, at least on this pair. Danielle, of course, the defending champion here at the U.S. Women's Open. Fresh off a victory at the Spokane Open. A pretty solid August so far. Kicked it off with a win at the Lucy with E.J. Tackett. And winning as the top seed 6 days ago.
Danielle's kind of been through it a little bit when you think about the full season as a whole, and because this season has seemed to be and has been a little bit longer than what it normally has been traditionally in the last 5 seasons. With the toe injury, and which was certainly one of the main source. of, in many cases, for her pain at various events. But obviously kept fighting like we knew she would. It would have taken, some additional levels of pain, I think, for her not to bowl. I think she was able to utilize the break to her advantage. Got back, ready, refreshed, headed into the Lucy. And has parlayed that essentially in 2 dubs, as you said.
And in talking to Danielle right after the victory this past weekend and looking ahead here to the U.S. Women's Open, she basically, because we talked a little bit, she had a missed single pin in the title match against Liz Johnson. And she, it was something she had mentioned that, she had missed a few too many of those over at Lilac Lanes, and obviously not happy about that because her single pins, and she wants to be making 100% of them. And she mentioned she's like, definitely gonna put some work in on that prior to the start, but also mentioned that it wasn't necessarily going to be. She was going to take a day. She was going to take a day just to sit back, relax, refresh a little bit, let the body recover, and that's something. She's got a birthday upcoming, I believe.
9/1.
9/1, yes. So she's in her upper 20s now. So she said, it's something where she's gotten a little bit smarter with how much work she puts in. So she knows, obviously, we know about the workout routine and everything, but she knows, as much as she used to practice, there has to be times away from it. There's got to be days to let the body recover. So she said that was going to be a big thing for getting ready for this event, was to take that next day off, not necessarily force anything on the lanes, maybe get one more brief practice session in before we got to the official practice day. But one of the things she had mentioned that, she's trying to do a little bit more now as she's gotten a few more years experience under her belt here on tour and kind of getting used to the week-to-week grind, if you will, of a complete tour. And obviously, as you mentioned, this season, unlike any other since the relaunch.
It's good backstory right there. Nice job. Certainly may not be over. Obviously, from a tour perspective, we've got the Fall Classic too, before it's all said and done. And then, if I read correctly, I think it's going to be a World Championship in November, or some form of international event. I forgot the name of it.
The International Bowling Federation Super World Championships.
There you go. One would I think it'd be a good bet that she would be a part of that team.
Taking place in Dubai in November, right after the Fall Classic. Emil, what with Julia and Valerie getting ready for their 10 frames, what else we got going on around the house as we look ahead to Game 3?
Well, I talked about what Angie is doing, and so if we wanted to take a peek over at 27 or 25, 26, 27, 28, that also will be available. Angie about to step up in the 9th frame. And honestly, because she's left-handed, you can get a good angle on both sides, both left and right lane.
And there we are.
Yes, as I mentioned, some type of honey badger definitely would surface. It looks to be it's definitely left a 5 at the arrows. 3, 4.
right now, single pins to shoot at here in frame number 9.
You know, I've been watching this game, basically her game the entire time here in game 2. And this is actually kind of where we are located, our booth, our village, if you will. And I was looking at the game, and she went 9 spare 5s. You can see 9 spare in the 5th in the double. And she left a 6 pin, I think. Was it 6 pin? 4 pin? What did she leave? Had to be a 6 pin. But the tendency in my mind, and I'm watching, I'm like, the tendency there is you know you wanted that strike. But it's like, you know what? That shot's over. Like, no 3-bagger. Okay, I got to go out and make the spare. Like, you got to turn it off. Like, it's weird to say that you can't be disappointed about that non-3-bagger situation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as, all right, that didn't strike. Obviously, would have loved the 3-bagger there, but 9 spare is literally the next best thing.
But in a position to be gaining ground on the field. I mentioned 221 in the opener and 217 her max score, but a mark away from another 2-0. And you really can't ask for much more out of the gates here on this condition. See Angie kicking off her 10th frame far right of your screen.
Thanks to Jimmy in the chat for that information. I mean, that really solidifies that's a well-bowled game. And she's got 2 more shots to gain ground.
Nicole Haroka, Wendy Bater Jimenez, Erin McCarthy, Debbie Ayers, Bernice Lim also joining here.
Urethane reactive combo. That's interesting.
It's all coming full circle. We were talking about the quantum helixes yesterday.
Is that a urethane reactive combo?
Well, it had the strip.
Yeah. I never knew, to be honest. I just always said, oh, that's really cool. I never owned one either. Oh, yeah, that's just, I mean.
And after, this has historically been a pretty tough pattern on the left side.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure Angie, we know she was in the chat yesterday, joining us here for a little bit, joining in the fun. But I'm curious how many game plans they went through trying to figure out, especially, and we caught Shannon a little bit later in the block, so didn't see necessarily what she was doing to start, but I'm curious where this was on the game plan as far as how we're going to try to attack this. And obviously, going to be really good right now. Just plus 38 her first 2.
That is a well-bowled game. That is 100%. And we've seen 250s, 240s today. And I'm just talking about today. That arguably is the best game I've seen all day. What Angie just did. Impressive stuff.
It's going to move her up to minus 72. Moving in the right direction. And honestly, if this is, she has even any type of look with this, I mean, it's probably not going to change too much.
No.
If this is something she can carry from pair to pair, this could be a we talk about there usually being a couple outliers on this pattern where someone just just has a day on it still. I mean, not a crazy day, not 200 over more than likely, but having a big block out there. Maybe this could be the look.
Yeah, she went to a pitch purple on the fill to give that a look. It's something to obviously keep an eye on, and we will. And then when Sherry, we'll find where Sherry is. I'd like to see, kind of based on what I just watched and what you just watched in game 2 from Angie, to see where Sherry has decided to, if she's made any moves at this point. I didn't really get a chance to see where I know we started with her, but I couldn't really quite tell. I was looking at some other things where she began on the lanes. I know it was a struggle game 1.
Well, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Well, we have this opportunity.
Uh-oh.
We can take a look at the lane pairings to see who's going to be going where next.
We can do that, can't we?
We can.
What if I said I don't need to do it?
Well, that's fair. You have a different vantage point than I do.
No, Sherry's on 15 and 16, just to answer my own question.
Well, there we go.
Kudos to Jim Decker and his staff. You go to a bowling center and you're like us, Aaron. We go to an event and we're stationed somewhere, and then we're always doing the pan left and right and seeing what scores are what and where players are, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the further you go, sometimes you lose track of what lane because, the score monitor stuff, they all look the same. Well, Mr. Decker here has got the lane number cards essentially on the side of each monitor. So the further you go, left or right, you can visibly see what lane number that monitor is for.
How about that?
Yeah. Proprietor hacks here on Bowl TV.
Very nice. All right, folks, the rundown for Game 3 on 13 through 16. Josie Barnes, Gigi Mason, Birgit Norreichs, Marissa Carey, Taylor Baltice, and as Emil mentioned, Sherry Tan. On 17 through 20, Shannon Sellens, Dasha Kovalova, Jillian Martin, Catherine Rosthorn, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Alexis Nyer. That's actually 17 through 20, that second one. 21 through 24, Liz Culkin, Ashton Woods, Sydney Brummett, Courtney Ermish, Liz Johnson, and Tanya Ramanpour. 25 through 28, Diana Zavyelova, Lauren Pate, Giselle Pass, Wendy Bater Jimenez, Aaron McCarthy, and Nicole Hiroka. That's who we're currently watching. 29 through 32, Angie Ramirez-Perea, Bernice Lim, and Debbie Ayers, along with Valerie Bercier and Julia Bond. And then 33 through 36, Haley Richard, Jada Horn, Danielle McEwen, Fania Kobo, Kelly Kulik, and Taylor Bailey.
Shout out to Mateo Quintero checking out the U.S. Women's Open. We've got a U12 junior gold champion in the building.
Let's go, Mateo. Things I was not doing at that age, winning national titles.
That is correct. Me too. Me neither. He's won 2 actually, or I should say at least 2. He won part of one of the winning teams at the National Youth Team Bowling Championships too. Yeah, a couple EYT titles as well. I mean, you could just keep going. By the way, it was a really good question there from Brad to Nick in the chat. Oh, we got NDO himself in the building too. Oh, look at this. You know, Friday night always brings out the players, Aaron. It's like the players' ball. Omar Arnett is checking us out. But not us. He's specifically here to watch bowling. Aaron, one item that the viewers won't be able to see here, but there is there was someone in the building who was getting more attention than the players, or at least as much attention as the players competing.
I just assumed that was you.
It is not me.
No.
It is not me. There is a service animal watching the U.S. Women's Open tonight.
How about that?
You know, we have a lot of players on tour who thoroughly enjoy dogs or animals in particular, certainly.
Absolutely. Just a day or two removed from National Dog Day as well. You know what every day is out on the PWBA tour and at great events like the U.S. Women's Open, Emil?
What would that be?
It's National After 10 for A Squad Day. Scores, update, time.
That's a long hashtag, buddy.
It wasn't meant for such purposes, but I'll rework it for the hashtag because we got to give the people what they want. Nicole Hiroka sending pins around. Right there. Aaron McCarthy now leading the squad. And if you told Aaron that she had 366 for 2 games, 179, 187, and that she was leading the squad, I'm not sure if she would believe us, but she is. Plus 98. She moved ahead of Liz Culkin. 162 that game for Liz, so gave back some of the pins she gained in the opening game of this block. Liz is in second at plus 90. Diana Zavyalova, pretty steady right now, 389 for 2 at plus 79. Sherry Tan, 157, 152, now at plus 75. Shannon Sellens, 50 over for this block, now at plus 52 overall. Liz Johnson, plus 33. Sydney Brummett, plus 22. Marissa Carey is even. So at the moment, only 15 players total, both squads even. We'll continue on with A squad here. Taylor Baltais minus 2. Dasha Kovalova minus 5. Birgit Norex minus 30. Maria Jose Rodriguez and Wendy Beter Jimenez both at minus 47. They're actually tied for 23rd and 24th, so that is the current cut. Tanya Ramanpour minus 48. Taylor Bailey minus 49. Danielle McEwen minus 52. Valerie Bercier minus 57. Angie Ramirez-Perea now in 32nd place, minus 72. She's plus 38 for the block. But scores are not fun to look at this game. Lauren Pate, 218 last game. She's plus 12 for the block so far. Go a little bit farther back. Alexis Nair, plus 26. 200 games so far, 226 and 200 for Alexis. Currently at minus 104. Giselle Pass, 200, 201, or 202 with 201. Liz Johnson's 224 might be the big number here in game 2. Couple of players plus for the block. Shan Sellen's high total through to 450.
Well, I guess, Aaron, I don't know if you saw Fran's note there, but
That is a big change.
yeah, I would say so.
That would actually put I believe that would make, let's see, 246. 100 pin should be 408. It's at 308. So she'd be at plus 98 as well.
That is correct.
All right. So make it 16 players plus for the block. And that makes Taylor as the one having the high game for game 2.
Wow. Look at that that information that Fran just dropped. I know Fran's level of 6 degrees of separation is just so diverse and probably runs 100 miles long. Well, we just got Hall of Famers everywhere here.
Yeah, we do.
Lori Nichols watching. Thanks, Lori.
Past champion here at the U.S. Women's Open.
Oh, come on, 9-pin. Wow. Look, it just continues. Good shot, though, by the way, for Giselle Paul. Giselle's parents are here this week. I think they told me it was the first time they've seen her bowl in person in maybe 2-3 years.
Oh, wow. Nice family stories coming together this week. Curtis told us about Ashley Galante's parents surprising her earlier today. A shot there from Lauren. Back in business after the early double. Really had a nice Summer Classic series. A little bit earlier this month in Arlington, Texas. Very cool moment we got to see as well. Her fiance, Matt Russo, in the midst of that event, won his first career PBA Tour title over in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And Lauren was actually at the ITRC watching the competition. She wasn't bowling at the time. I believe that was during the regional. And so someone got the video of her reacting in real time as Matt locked up that victory. So that was some cool stuff. And then now we got to talk to her right after the fact on Bowl TV. So with all the emotions going on from the moment, some pretty cool stuff there for Lauren and Matt.
Good shot. Good shot.
It's like even the pins know it's the U.S. Open.
Yep.
And I think JT told us they're actually special pins being used this week that have the U.S. Women's Open logo on them.
Now that's cool.
But I guess with the instead of just having red on the neck for the stripes, it's a combo of the blue and red used for the U.S. Women's Open. Obviously, it's a little bit farther than we can see here, but that 10-pin, however, was acting mean to DZ. So she's going to do the right thing and hit it this time. She's going to stay clean through 7. So looking for that first double.
Courtney Ermish is putting together a nice game just next door.
She was one of the players plus after the first 2 games as well. Good note from Nick in the chat mentioning that Mr. John Lucido did the same thing for the U.S. Open when it was held at Sun Valley Lanes back in 2020. McCarthy's going to take that break, turn it into a double. Emil, looked like you were getting some notes out there, maybe.
Not not really, but kind of. But more of in a joking fashion, where Nathan was essentially saying how you can have such a good start, basically, but you'd be happy at this event where you get off to a good start in the game. You're thinking, all right, can I get to 250? Can I get to 260? But the reality is, like, you get off to a good start, you would be very thrilled with 222. 222 just as a number. But I mean, that is the truth. Like, normally you're looking at how high can I get this game? I mean, how much can I get this week, or at least today specifically on this particular pattern? No, 220 is good. 220 is like 280. 250 early is like 300. Speaking of the 220s, though, Maria's going to get to 215. Dasha can get to actually, Dasha started with the front five. In very U.S. Open fashion. Front five, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, 6-3 split. Max score now of 232. Speaking of the U.S. Open, update on Angie. She won 8 spare, 9 spare, 7 spare. And she chopped the 1-3-6-10. Then I think she left the 3-7-9. 8 spare. No, I'm sorry. Strike. 8 spare. Strike. And I saw I don't know which frame, but she did go to the pitch purple that she threw on the fill in game 2.
We did catch that shot to the far right of our commentary channel here. No 10-pin that time for DZ, but after the split in the 8th, 202 the max score.
Love there on the 10 for GP here. Giselle Poss was a little high, so I was hoping to actually get a little break. Taviala about to step up. She can get to 202. Good shot. High quality strikes there from DZ. Back-to-back opens here for Aaron McCarthy. Just about complete with game 3. 29-30 with a one player left to complete the 9th frame. That is Bernice Lim. Wendy Bachir Jimenez. She struggled today. I know we've said that a lot. That's a good one for Diana. She's going to throw something different on the fill. So Aaron Tilda, I heard Aaron Tilda good story about where Lauren Pate was and her reaction when Matt won his first title. Nice seeing that, just a firm, raw emotion. I think that was nice. Or DZ is going to try an IQ tour. You see Angie there off to the right side. She is in the 10th frame, just tossed the first shot. And with that 247, she can now only get to 156. 2 splits and a very tough 1-3-6-10. Top for Angie this game. Meanwhile, Aaron, the first strike. Aaron trying to save now 170, 175 specifically if she can. So hard, man. Yes, I had 36-10s, 3-10s. None of them are fun. Aaron on the fill, she threw something different as well, had a little shine to it. And she'll get to 175. And that'll officially do it for game 3. Here 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Wasting no time getting into game 4. Catherine Rosthorn, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Alexis Nair. Around the house here in game 4. 13 through 16, Valerie Bercier, Julia Bond, Jada Horn, Haley Richard, and Danielle McEwen. 17 through 20, Fania Kobo, Kelly Kulik, Taylor Bailey, Josie Barnes, Birgit Norreichs, and Gigi Mason. 21 through 24, Marissa Carey, Taylor Boltais, Sherry Tan, Shannon Sellens, Dasha Kovalova, and Jillian Martin. 25 through 28, we mentioned Catherine, Maria, and Alexis. We're going to see Liz Culkin, Ashton Woods, and Sydney Brummett on 27 and 28. 29 through 32, Courtney Ermish, Tanya Ramanpour, Liz Johnson, Diana Zavielova, Giselle Pass, and Lauren Pate. And then 33 through 36, Wendy Bater Jimenez, Erin McCarthy, and Nicole Hiroka, Angie Ramirez Perea, Debbie Ayers, and Bernice Lim. First look here at Liz Culkin. Taking the overall lead for A Squad after game number 1. Start she was hoping for 3, 6, 7, 10. Sydney Brummett. First look at her after the amazing start yesterday. Taking a look at the scoreboard there, looks like some struggles for Sydney here in the early going of round 2. Well, we have an opportunity here in between shots. Our main man, Jason Thomas, heard us talking about bowling pins, and he was able to actually make his way to the back and scout one out for us and grab a photo. I believe he even handled a 180 call or two while he was back there.
Must have been him getting that deadwood.
It must have been. But
oh, look at that.
So there's the pin. So you can see the neck there with the red and blue. Got the stars as well. We'll toss that up there again in a little bit.
They even have the right drink in the background. And
we'll add that up in between games as well, so you folks can take a little bit longer look at it.
It's a good opportunity.
A quick sneak peek since JT was kind enough to grab that photo. Good question from Go ahead, Emil.
No, I was just going to say JT has really set it up at this point to where we had some folks talking about giveaways for a pin. So now that you've seen it, it's like, yeah, I kind of want that pin. We might have to figure out a way for him to, to make it happen. We'll have to ask.
Yes, those are not our pins. Good point there.
They are not. They are not our pins. Yes, that is correct.
Bowl TV shirts, those are ours. Yes. Pins, however, not ours.
A good idea. Here's a good one. Like if we can pull it off, it would be cool. But for match play or during match play, instead of 3 giveaways, one around there would be 4 total, and then you could have 1 pin. And then if we got all 5 finalists to autograph, that would be a heck of a giveaway on it right there.
Well, Emil, seeing that you're the man on site there, you seem to be the one champion this role.
Yeah, I might have to. I'll ask. That's the best way. I'll ask and see how good of an idea it is. Doesn't mean that it can happen. Well, I'll ask.
Well, we did have a good question in the chat from Jeremy about any insight on what goes into how you throw your first shot on a new pair. Start where you left off on a previous pair. Start with feedback from someone on that pair or something else. Great question, Jeremy. And I think for most of the players, and we've seen it from talking to the ball reps. Usually the ball reps are kind of already ahead of the pace as far as where people have been playing from pair to pair. So a lot of communication is going on in that aspect of it. Especially, when you look at patterns where the transition is, a little more even across the house, I would say, as far as how folks are playing a pattern. We see a little more variance here, but a lot of that talk is, prior to the start of the pair. But for other folks, it's, if they're able to scout out a shot or two beforehand or have someone else take a look, see where other folks are playing, see if they can get a read off of anyone else. fun. And sometimes it's the good old eye test. You hit a pair, obviously you know what you just saw leaving the one pair, but so many factors are going to be different. And that's where, getting back to the great Emil Williams Jr.'s role for the Lindenwood Lions in 2005 of being a great leadoff man. You got to be your own leadoff player in that situation. And you really have to come in and assess. Okay, I've made a good shot. I've made a bad shot. If I made a good shot, did the ball do what I wanted it to do? Did it get into its roll at the right point? Did it go through the pins you want it, the way you want to see it? So making a great shot off the bat is always, point number one. And then from there, you can start kind of working your way through the what's next, if you will. Kyler saying, I wish I had a ball rep. Me too. Not a terrible request. It's a good way to do it. While we've been chatting, though, we do have an update on scores. And now leading exclusively on A squad, Taylor Bultice, plus 98 with that score correction. She was at 98 over and then shot 200 last game. So leading A squad, Taylor Bultice. Diana Zavialova, plus 81, second on the squad. Erin McCarthy, plus 73. Liz Culkin, plus 61. Shannon Sellens and Sherry Tan, both at plus 52. Liz Johnson, plus 45. Liz is plus on this. Not surprised. Dasha Kovalova, plus 27. She just had 232 that last game. She's 10 over for the block after plus 17 yesterday. Sydney Brummett now plus 5. Only 16 players plus overall at the moment between both squads. Marissa Carey minus 23. Maria Jose Rodriguez minus 32. Birgit Norreichs minus 51. Elise Bolton currently the cut at minus 52. Tanya Ramanpour minus 75. Danielle McEwen minus 79. Wendy Beter Jimenez minus 87. Valerie Bercier minus 88. Julia Bond minus 92. Giselle Pass minus 95.
I feel like there was one other question that I saw, but missed it. Right before Jeremy's question. Oh, I think it was Sean. Yes, it was Sean. Sean asked, do we have any idea on average how many of each bowler's ball cards were dedicated to this pattern? That's a good question. You know what? Hold on, Sean.
Looks like Emil is going to consult with Nathan Bohr about this. Taking a look at scores, it looks like Dasha's 232 is going to be the high effort across the house here in Game 3. Kelly Kulik, 219. Courtney Ermish, 213. Courtney's got 3 200 games so far. She's 624 for the block, but started a little bit farther back at minus 187. Players plus so far through 3. Taylor Boltice is plus 8. Shannon Sellens at plus 50. Liz Johnson plus 30. Dasha Kovalova plus 10. Alexis Nair plus 14. And Courtney Ermish plus 24.
Okay. I like how JT is kind of like silently become like a moderator in a sense.
I know exactly what story he's talking about too, and it's a fantastic one.
A couple of items. I actually really want to hear or read the story, and however we want to do that. We're gonna have Brianna Cote join us for the first half or so of Game 5. So just want to let the good people know about that. So if you have a question or Bree be thinking about that, and talk about her day on this pattern and the season and everything else for a little bit. Jason Thomas is working on his storytelling abilities in a chat setting, and I like it.
It's for anyone who may not be in the chat right now. JT mentioned one of his favorite stories, courtesy of Chuck Gardner at the U.S. Open, and he said someone came up asking Chuck for a ball to help on this flat condition. Chuck then asked him what he shot for his first 8 games, and the individual said minus 250. And as we talked about yesterday with Nathan, there's really no magic bowling ball for this 40-foot flat condition. So Chuck, being the nice guy that he is, went and grabbed him a target zone. Plastic ball, hence getting back to how important spare shooting is here. JT finishes it up with, moral of the story, there is no magic ball for this pattern. Just throw it at the 3-pin and make your spares. JT coming off the top rope with that one. Nice cover. Using her spare ball right there. Not only does it strike when she hits the 6-pin, it picks up 4 nines too. Liz Culkin, nice cover there.
Oh gosh, I did finally see that video you were talking about that I didn't see yesterday at the time with the hitting the 610 or whatever it was and she struck. Mm-hmm. Speaking of, that was interesting. Oh man, I'm picturing Chuck literally go to the truck and then walk down the steps and then someone the targets. After he just sat here yesterday and said, I'm just trying to get all my players to shoot 208 break. Oh man, that is great. That is well timed, JT. He's been in this business for a long time. To Sean's original question, I actually did I saw Nathan. I just briefly asked him that question, and he said maybe one per pattern. I saw someone else answer that question too. And you were right, maybe one per pattern, and it's difficult to pinpoint because of practice sessions. Probably not going to play the same, so on and so forth. And then, you say, all right, this might be a ball for this pattern. And then you may not even use that ball for that pattern. Yeah, Rep. I mean, it's this one is just like cut and dry, like plain and simple, A to B. It's here it is. This is what you get. Do your best. Like literally, you leave home, you got a competition or whatever it is. Mom says, son, you just got to do your best. That's all you can do. This is it. The chug thing, no, that's still. Jeremy. Yes, I think Aaron had mentioned that a little bit. I actually had thought it was just me. There is a scroller, little aqua blue, little scroller on the right side of the chat, and you'll want to use that. Although I'll be honest, it's a little difficult to do, at least for me. JT dropped a related question. Which is, if there was a ball that would give you plus 100 for 2 games, but would shoot 150 every other game, and you didn't know when it would give you the plus 100, would you check it in? I think I'm good. It's not a good average. It's like, all right, I'll get plus 200 for 2 games. But for the other 6 games, I'm minus 300. Briefly unrelated in regards to the chat, I haven't actually had any issues scrolling the chat on my iPhone. A shot there for Ashton Woods.
Putting together a nice game here. 4-bagger in the middle of the game. 214 still out there.
It's been impressive. We've talked about the youth in this event. And obviously the most notable in that situation is Jillian Martin, of course. But Ash has been pretty solid overall, as has Sapphire Nofuente. Both of those players individually from the area. And so has had some solid support.
I have to say this game from Catherine Rossthorn.
Yeah.
It's a lot of spare shooting for 160. Nine spare, 6 spare, 7 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, 8 spare, 9 spare, 8 spare, 5 spare. Let's get the strike on the fill. Come on. All right.
There it is.
Got one. The USW. Why you got to be so cruel? Five of the last 6 for Maria Jose Rodriguez for 177. Alexis Nair can get to 179. Ashton's going to be in the 2 teens here with good count. Liz Culkin, 2-0. Let's finish there from Ashton. All 3 in the 10th. 214. $205 for Culkin, so she will add a couple more pins to her plus total, plus 66 now. Sydney's had quite the roller coaster so far this event. We mentioned the 776 out of the gates to start. She had gotten all the way up to, I believe, plus 212 after the first 5 games yesterday. Things started going south. She finished 155, 163, 170 to get to plus 100. So far today, 150, 172, 183. Can wrap this game up at 186, but she is going to be in the minus. $186, she's going to be at minus 9. But still going to be well within the top 24. Half a block to go. We're all done with game 4 here. Taking a look at the lineup across the house here. Game 5. Liz Culkin, Sydney Brummett, and Ashton Woods are heading over to 13 and 14. Courtney Ermish, Tanya Ramanport, and Liz Johnson on 15 and 16. Over on 17 through 20, Diana Zavyalova, Lauren Pate, and Giselle Paz, along with Wendy Bater Jimenez, Aaron McCarthy, and Nicole Hiroka. On 21 through 24, Angie Ramirez Perea, Bernice Lim, Debbie Ayers, Valerie Bercier, and Julia Bond. 25 through 28, Haley Richard, Daniel McEwen, Jada Horn, Kelly Kulik, Fania Kobo, and Taylor Bailey. 29 through 32, Josie Barnes, Gigi Mason, Birgit Norreichs, Marissa Carey, Taylor Baltice, and Sherry Tan. Then on 33 through 36, Shannon Sellens, Dasha Kovalova, Jillian Martin, Catherine Ross Thorne, Alexis Nair, and Maria Jose Rodriguez.
All right, let's see. Test.
Hello.
Okay.
There we go.
Present.
That voice you hear is one of Brianna Cote. Told you that she would join us at the beginning of Game 5, and we appreciate her. She's in the building, of course, watching both roommates.
Yes.
Sid and Fania, right?
That's right. Yeah, I came to support them. We got separated on squad, which, luck of the draw. But I came to support them and see what they're seeing out here on the lanes. So going a little rough for them, but back half here hopefully gets a little bit better.
Well, Bree, obviously it's been probably going rough for a lot of people, except for you. I'm just playing. But no, in all seriousness, how were you able to, come away with the block that you did have this morning?
A lot of patience and good ball reaction, to be honest. I used the same ball all 8 games and just try to hit the 1-3 and make spares and hopefully not split. So luckily it worked in my favor. I was just able to stay patient and stay in the correct part of the lane and see it really well. So give props to my husband for telling me to move left at the right time. And just kept chasing it, but keeping the same angle, just definitely doing the same thing and make spares. Spares were super important today. I missed one spare if you count the washout, which, that's hard. But I made all my spares and I made one split and I took advantage of the good pairs.
Where have you prided yourself over the years, from a game perspective, meaning, what part of your game have you prided yourself on? I know for me, I've mentioned My spare game was the best part of my game when I was at a high level competitor. But I know you also struck a lot. You're early and you still do. So, but talk a little bit about that.
I definitely take pride on my spare game. It definitely keeps me in the game when I can't strike. It keeps me around, it gets me checks when I'm not seeing the lane very well. So, my spare game is something that, I think is my A game. I practice spares constantly. I don't like to re-rack things. So I just shoot as many spares as I can in practice on the range, as well as when we practiced the other day for practice session. Because, with the different patterns, even though we all have spare balls, I don't really try to throw my spare ball super straight. I tend to hook it a little bit, so I just want to see kind of how the lanes are, if it's going to hook a lot or not, and just make adjustments from there. I will say the 2-8 has been very difficult out here, so I did miss 2 of those yesterday, and I made my 1 for 1 today, and I told myself don't leave it again. So definitely my spare game is something that I pride myself on, and I'm always striving to be better at.
Bree, I've been enjoying your the way you've been recapping your squad so far here on your athlete page, and you hit on the points exactly that you mentioned a couple hours ago. Being patient, making your spares, the 900 global ordnance C4 for the entire block. I kind of liked your lesson of the day more so from round number 1. Don't cut her on a double and just keep swimming.
Yeah, exactly.
And then including the balls that struck and not the ones that didn't. So that was some good stuff. But But talk about being able to stay in the same bowling ball throughout the entire block. Just how much change did you see over the course of 8 games on this? And, what were you able to do to kind of just keep making that move? Did you make any considerations to make any switches, or was everything just kind of right where you wanted it to be and there was no need to even think of doing anything else?
Oh, yeah, definitely. With the 1 ball in each lane for practice, I tried an IQ Tour Nano Pearl, and it went really high. It was just a little too much shape down lane, so I immediately switched to the Ordnance C4 when the game started, and I had a pretty good look. Made a couple bad shots, and just stuck through it. Shot 190. I was like, okay, 190 on this is pretty good. And I go to the next pair, and I felt like I got lost. Like I was, where I was. If I missed right, it would, 210. If I missed a little in, it would jump a little early. So I felt like I was kind of on the edge of what we like to call a cliff. And so I tried to go back to the IQ Tour and kind of open up my angles a little bit more. Found that was a really bad idea. Went back to the C4 and just kind of kept the same angle, but more so a little bit a little bit more inside, and trying to keep it where my ball was kind of projecting towards the 3-pin every single time. And once I did that, I was able to see the lane very well, and I just kept chasing that same angle and shape as I progressed through the 8 games. I did try a couple of fill shots just in case I needed something a little bit cleaner, but I was really comfortable in what I was doing and what the ball was giving me. So I just stuck with it until it really did something crazy, and thankfully it did not.
That is always a good sign on this 40-foot condition.
Yes, definitely.
And Bree, I got good news for you. We got a score update after 12. You're still leading, so congratulations on that. Plus 170, the score at the top of the leaderboard. Leading for this squad, Erin McCarthy at plus 85, Diana Zavyelova at plus 75, Taylor Baltice plus 66, as is Liz Culkin, Shannon Sellens plus 44, Sherry Tan plus 36, Liz Johnson plus 33, Dasha Kovalova plus 21, the players plus at the moment. Sydney at minus 9. So a quick score update. But Bree, if we told you, heading into this event after 2 rounds, you'd be in a position plus 170. Looks like, unless something crazy happens in the back half of this block, that you'd be leading the U.S. Women's Open. How would you feel about that? And how would you rate your performance so far, knowing that obviously looking ahead, 56 games is still 40 away. But how happy are you with your performance just through these first 2 rounds, these first 2 patterns?
Yesterday I was a little disappointed in how I started. I started out really slow. I was, almost minus 60 for 2. And then I finished the block plus 80. And I felt like I just, didn't throw it really good the first 2 games. I wasn't in the right part of the lane. I wasn't, executing. And to start the U.S. Open like that is just very frustrating. And then, guttering on a double doesn't help either. So things just didn't start out very well. But I was proud of myself for turning that around and just kind of keeping my head above water and just kind of waiting for things to kind of fall into place. Because I was really comfortable with that pattern during the practice session. I thought I could get a lot of pins. I thought I could bowl really well. So when I started out slow, I was kind of disappointed in myself. But again, I was proud for the comeback that I did make. And then coming into today on a 40-foot flat pattern, my expectations were not very high. I really just wanted to bowl maybe like an even little bit of plus block because I knew how hard they were going to be. And, just like I said, stay afloat, keep your head above water, and just keep swimming because it's the U.S. Open. They're not supposed to be easy, and they aren't. So when I got done and I was, over 80 over for the block, I was like relieved. I just wanted to run out the building and be done.
A lot of hellos for you, Bree.
Hey, everybody.
Pat, Rep, Joe, Hosan, Jason, Joe, Jerry Bear 300 specifically from Phoenix as well. So a lot of folks obviously saying hi. Congrats on the great bowling. We were just having a conversation about equipment, and Sean asked in the chat, is there, or on average, is there, or how many bowling balls do the players kind of elect toward one pattern? And obviously, since this is the toughest, that part came up. I asked Nathan just like a general, and he said maybe one per pattern. When you were deciding on your ball selections for your ball card, what all went into that process? And did you think about each pattern individually and say, okay, how many potential bowling balls may work on this particular pattern?
Oh, definitely. We usually get to have an unlimited amount of bowling balls, obviously, and it's only one pattern. But when you come into an event where it's 3 patterns and you only get the 10 bowling balls, 9 actually, because I use a spare ball. What I did is I tackled it one pattern at a time, and I wrote down the balls that worked well for that pattern. And then after the 3 patterns, I went and looked and saw what overlapped and kind of circled those. I'm like, okay, these are all for sure because they're overlapping. And then are there any balls that were specific to a certain pattern and that would kind of fill in the gaps? So luckily I had a lot of overlapping between the 3 patterns that gave me room for each pattern to have their own separate ball, and then maybe kind of a Hail Mary ball that was thrown in there as just in case, or maybe something different that may be used down the road. So that's how I broke down my 10 balls. And the ball that I actually used today was one of the outsiders looking in. It looked okay on this pattern. It didn't look great in the practice session, but I knew it was close. And it's a ball that I've been able to trust all season. So it was kind of like I trust it. So it has to just kind of go in the bag because I know what it's going to do.
Nice. I know that part can be a little stressful. At least it looks like it is from when everyone gets to the 3rd pattern for sure. It's like, okay, then you start seeing the pencil, the pins out, and then even you see some scratching sometimes. It's like, oh, I don't know about that one.
I know, it's like, okay, do I pick this one or do I pick that one? And you're just like, oh, always go with like your gut, and that's what I did with your comfort. But that's how I chose it. Once you get, thankfully, once we're done with the 3 rounds and knock on wood we advance, we can make some adjustments with that and redo your ball card for that 4th pattern since it is completely different. It's a new round. So I think you make the best guesses, and then luckily we can change surfaces, and I've seen a lot of that happen for a lot of the girls. They'll change surfaces after practice session or during the range time just to see, maybe it's not matching up just as big as likely as they wanted to. It just changes the shape, changes the look, and definitely changes the ball to make it be something it's not.
Joined in the booth by Brianna Cote, talking about her solid day earlier this morning into the afternoon here. She has the overall lead at the moment. There are 3 games to go here, just about a little more than halfway complete with game 5. Aaron, we went over scores, right? You did.
Yeah.
We made a quick run through. Yep.
Okay. Speedy.
Gonzalez.
Speedy Gonzalez, yes.
Yes, Brianna's still leading by a sizable amount at the moment.
Just keep your head above water, and there's a lot of games left. This is the U.S. Open. We've seen it from the men's side, the women's side. Anything can happen here.
Speaking of anything can happen, Just want to get your kind of your reaction, what happened in the moment for you. Going back to last week, we had a little announcement about the U.S. Women's Open. So can you tell us a little bit about kind of your experience seeing that news for the first time, $100,000, CBS Sports Network, all that excitement?
It was actually kind of funny. I was on my flight here. I was on a flight with Maria Jose Rodriguez and Nathan Bohr, and we were on the plane, and I have my headphones on. I'm just sitting there, waiting for the plane to take off. And Nathan is like, Bree, screaming at me. And I'm like, what happened? He's like, check the website. I'm like, what? Is the roster updated? Like, did something change? And he's like, no, check the news. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, holy cow. So we were all kind of in shock, getting ready to take off on the plane to San Francisco from Spokane. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's just amazing. No added pressure at all, but it was great news. Definitely a little extra thing to kind of look, forward to and kind of want to grab onto. So it's just great. It's amazing. And to have live TV again, it's just great for women's bowling.
100%. I am intrigued now telling that story. That's a great story.
Thanks. It's true.
But yes, I like that you would go to Nathan being excited about roster updates as first for him to get so excited. So that's an excellent element of that as well.
Yeah, right. Because we were just trying to figure out, like, how many do we have? Are we gonna, what's the schedule gonna look like for the week? And nope, they just blew right past that.
Makes sense, and. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty solid announcement. You should probably read that one for yourself.
Yeah, so he's like, check it. I'm like, okay.
Right. Bree, for the last two seasons, at least to me, I feel like you've, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you have been at your best the last two seasons. How would you compare I guess the last two or 1.5 were almost complete with this season, as opposed to the first couple of years on tour, and thinking about where you are from then until to now?
Oh, wow. I'm definitely older. My body definitely hurts more.
Can't talk about those kind of things. We're all in the same age group. So.
I know, but I feel like the field is so much younger than us. I just more experience. We all wanted to come out here. We were all so excited when the tour came back that we just got to compete against each other. And the first year I bowled well. I didn't make a championship round or of anything, but I made the tour championship based off points. So I bowled fairly decent, for my first year. Second year I won my first title. It was an amazing experience and unforgettable. And then third year I had one of my worst years. I just didn't bowl good. So I feel like I've gone through like all the things of kind of just staying there, treading water, to breaking out, to kind of hitting rock bottom, to kind of build yourself back up, to get confidence again, and just to be a steady, consistent player. And then still taking time to win another title. It still took me a couple more years to do that. So it's just all a learning experience, and it's how you handle and learn from those experiences what kind of makes or breaks you. So for me, whether it's here at the U.S. Open or my entire tour season, I'm just trying to just keep my head above water and still try to be as consistent as I possibly can each week to compete among the best women bowlers.
That's well said. That is, when I take a look at the last 2 years collectively, I'm like, obviously you are right where you feel like you should be, and that's generally near the top week in and week out. If you were to give some advice to your younger self, even before 2015, from the tour perspective and the relaunch, what would you say?
If I were to give my younger self advice, it would be to be mentally strong. It's hard out here, and to really work on the mental aspect of the game. The physical game, you can fine tune it as much as you want, but once you're out here competing, the physical game kind of just falls second. to the mental game, it just kind of falls into place. And I think if you have a good head on your shoulders and you can really stay patient and stay present, I think you'll do great and just kind of let things happen instead of making things happen.
All right, folks, we are joined here by Brianna Cote. Once again, we're going to bring everybody into the screen here for a quick second as well.
Ooh.
There we all
Hey.
are. Enjoying this opportunity to chat with Bree as we are getting toward the end of Game 5, getting ready for Game 6 here momentarily. So we won't keep you on too much longer, Bree, but, looking ahead to tomorrow, this 46-foot condition, that's going to be the last step prior to cutting to the top 24. Just give us some impressions on what to expect as far as what you think the field is going to do, and kind of, without obviously giving away too much, kind of how you plan to attack this particular pattern.
Well, first and foremost, I think that's going to be a little bit nicer than what we're seeing today. I think scores will be a little bit higher. It's still the U.S. Open. It's still a brand new lane surface. It's still brand new pins. So anything can really happen as far as how they transition, whether they get easier or harder as the spots go on. But I do think scores will definitely be a little bit higher than they are today. Bowlers will be a little bit more relieved, I think, to be off this pattern and on something that can kind of free up that arm swing. So for me personally, my game plan is going to be the same. Keep it simple, hit the pocket, make spares, and take advantage of those good pairs. And hopefully that's enough to get me into round 4.
And I think that's a big point too, of just 8 games, the physical toll bowling on this type of condition takes, but also the mental toll that you just have to keep in the focus for so long for every shot. That I'm sure that that spot down lane that you're looking at is going to look a little bit, probably going to be a few more boards to it.
Yeah, I hope it's a little bit wider. But, we'll see tomorrow.
Last question before we let you go. We just talked about the focus, and that's something we've been talking about throughout, especially today. Missy mentioned it when we talked to her this morning or this afternoon. How explain to the viewers, if you can, in the most brutally honest but family friendly, how difficult it is to stay focused, especially when you're throwing a lot of frames where there's 2 shots, especially on spares. And we just talked about your spare shooting and how great it is. Staying focused from start to finish, the full frame, and then every frame for 8 games every day.
It's like the hamster on the wheel trying to not fall off. Whether it's a slow, steady pace or they're going so fast, when they get really fast and they fly off, because they just lose focus for a second. That's kind of how it feels like out here. So just kind of tread it slowly and just kind of stay on the wheel and keep your head attached and take it one shot at a time.
I feel that's an excellent explanation of what's going on out here. And
we've all seen hamsters on wheels. So. And
there have been a few instances today where, unfortunately, that pace has gotten a little too fast, and folks have had to get back onto the wheel to try and
start
get
over
going.
again.
So,
yep, reset.
Well, Bree, we want to thank you so much for joining us here on Bowl TV here from the U.S. Women's Open. Fantastic bowling through the first 2 rounds, and we look forward to watching you compete the rest of the way out. So best of luck, and hopefully we get a few additional opportunities to chat with you after some more impressive bowling in the very near future.
I sure hope so. Thank you guys for all you guys are doing.
Thanks, Bree.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, folks. Brianna Cote joining us here on BowlTV.com, 2-time PWBA Tour champion, offering some great insight to her day as she moved to the top of the standings, plus 170 Had a real nice game there from Danielle McEwen as we were talking to Bree. It was in the 230s. Could have been a little bit more. She had a stuff 8-pin there for a couple of strikes in a row. But very impressive game for Danielle, looking to continue her journey toward her title defense coming in here in 2021. As we mentioned, we went through the standings pretty quickly. We looked at the plus scores here on A Squad so far. We'll run through those again, even though we're getting toward the end of Game 5 here. Erin McCarthy at plus 85 leading the way. Diana Zavyelova plus 75. Taylor Ball Tyson, Liz Culkin plus 66. Shannon Sellens plus 44. Sherry Tan plus 36. Liz Johnson plus 33. Dasha Kovalova plus 21. Sydney Brummett minus 9. Marissa Carey minus 25. Danielle McEwen was the cut number heading into this game at minus 54, but 225 last game in the 230s this game. She is moving in the right direction. With just a couple games left to go here on our 40-foot condition, Maria Jose Rodriguez minus 55 was the first player out of the cut. Birgit Norreichs minus 83. Wendy Bater Jimenez minus 86. Julia Bond minus 87. And Valerie Bercier minus 95. The players less than minus 100 at the moment. Kelly Kulik can get to 225 here, but some struggles along the way for the three-time champion. Entered this game at minus 204, so she'll get she's going to get into the minus 100s, but still's going to have some work to do here. Looking ahead, it's minus 149 after round number 1. And has had her 2 highest games so far of the tournament here today on the flat 40.
Kind of still a bit of a surprise, at least to me. But you know what? I mean, this U.S. Open pattern, this U.S. Women's Open pattern, 45th flat, it's just it. You would think it should know Kelly, right? Like, it should be a bit more kind to Kelly Kulik. But the U.S. Open 45th, it doesn't care. No regard for Hall of Famers, up-and-comers, rookies, player of the years, all that. Doesn't matter.
Bringing it back to the earlier round, truly clubber laying.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Have a very good question. We're going to be getting into Game 6 momentarily. While we have the opportunity, we're going to toss it up on the screen one more time. We talked about the pins being used here this week. So thanks to JT for grabbing that. So you can see around the neck of the pin, the red and the blue, along with the stars as well. So a pin made specifically for the U.S. Women's Open here. So very cool stuff being used this week at the recently renovated double-decker lanes. All the lanes, they had a complete install here. All 50 lanes, I believe, is how many they have. So all of these brand new. Essentially, the first event being held on these lanes is the U.S. Women's Open. So absolutely fresh install. But we did have a great question in the chat asking about the plus and minus and how that works. And we had to have a few folks jumping in as well, answering that in the chat. But essentially, the way it works, it's basically a way to kind of, as scores continue to get higher and higher, these players are collecting total pinfall over the course of, at this event, 56 games. So when you look at how many pins they knock over, if they, you're going to get into the 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, and that just gets a little crazy to kind of keep track of over the course of so many games. So bowling has developed kind of a a cheat sheet, if you will, to kind of determine where folks are at in the field. And as some players met, or some players, some of the folks who are also players in the Bowl TV chat have mentioned that essentially par in bowling is a 200 score. So 300 the max score. If you shoot 200, essentially that's considered even. So that's kind of our starting point. If someone shoots 205, since there were 5 pins ahead of that, they would be +5. And then, you know, if their second game they bowled 220, you take the 220, so +20, along with their +5 total. You'd add that together, they'd be at +25. And it continues on like that. Obviously, if you're under 200, that's where the minus score comes in. If you shoot 195, you'd be -5 after that. And then if your next game was 180, that's -20. Add on -5 from the first game, -25. So essentially, it's kind of just a quick way of keeping track of where folks are in relation to everybody else in the field. So when we talk about, +170 leading for Brianna Cote for her 16 games, 3,200 is essentially even. She had 170 pins over that overall, so she was at 3,370. I want to say, if that's right. Hey, that was correct. How about that? So +170 is the quick way to say 3,370 and kind of keep everything in relation. So that's kind of the scoring trick we use here, not only for here on PWBA and USBC, but PBA events as well. That's kind of the universal way of keeping track of scores. But really a great question, something that, you know, we probably assume too much that everyone has worked with those in the past, but definitely a great thing to kind of go over and give the refresh every once in a while. So thank you for the question. We certainly appreciate that. A great question indeed. And a big thanks to everybody in the chat for jumping in and helping as well.
Way to break it down, Aaron Smith. Break down.
I'm curious who invented the plus minus. Now that who just came out one day and said this is going to be the way.
I want you, show me the way every day.
You're just going to stop after that?
Yeah. I don't think I know any more words, any more lyrics. Day after day. Do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da. I don't even know who sings that song.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. Yeah.
I feel like, Aaron, you should know me. Oh, if Shanice was listening, my wife, she would chime in right now with, he never knows any lyrics.
But more than happy to sing them all.
Correct. But there were so many times I've asked Aaron Smith in our time together. I'd be singing a song or humming something, and I'd go, man, I've heard this song 1,000 times. I have no clue who recorded it or created it. No idea.
Well, the answer to this particular one is great Peter Frampton.
Okay, so that makes sense. And I like Peter Frampton.
Apparently, you sing his songs just out of nowhere.
Well, you said something that triggered an opportunity.
But here is the fun fact, though, that if you want to truly experience Frampton, you got to pick up the live album, Frampton Comes Alive. One of the best-selling live albums of all time. It's got all the classics from Frampton, dating back to the mid-'70s for that one.
There is one particular Peter Frampton song. Can't think of the name. But it is the live version that I'm thinking of, and it's like probably 8 minutes long. Come on.
You gotta sing it now.
Do 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 da and da and down. Do.
I'm going to guess you're saying, do you feel like we do?
That's it.
I feel that's kind of
That's it.
that's going to be the one there.
That is it. I love this Bowl TV chat.
They're giving you the business right
There's
now.
some harsh people out here.
Giving you the business.
I feel like if you've never heard me briefly hum on this channel, then you haven't been listening.
This is a very natural occurrence. I'm surprised it's actually taken this long to happen, to be honest with you.
It's okay, good people. Like it's okay. Like what was I gonna say? Shout out to Allie too, by the way. Allie, well, I can't even call her. She's no longer iJams. Allie Tatro, but just a joy of a baby girl. Congrats again, Allie and Kevin. Hey, James, you do what you got to do, brother. Oh, Allie. She is really. That's the only problem I didn't really pay attention to that much until I had my own kids, just how wonderful other people's children are. But she is exceptional. Of course, her hair is to die for. Let me do a quick poll here, Aaron. Because now I'm curious. I got the people.
Are we talking a real like?
No.
Oh, this is informal.
Yeah, very much informal.
Okay.
Would you? This is the Bowl TV community. Would you allow me to continue to sing if I could guarantee there could be bowling pin giveaways?
Ooh.
Oh. How about them apples?
How about them apples? Let's see. That's from a movie, Good Will Hunting. Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Robin Williams.
Oh, that's great. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. The good people of Earth. By the way, I cannot guarantee that, but we were talking about it earlier. I did put the word out. I said I would ask, and other people may ask as well. So we'll keep you updated. We'll keep you posted on that as the round goes on, or the rounds go on. Excuse me.
That appears we're in Game 6 now. Julia and Valerie are off on their own pace right now. They're already halfway through Game 6.
Yeah, I don't know if Tennille is distraught at the singing or the fact that I almost guaranteed pin giveaways. For the record, that is not a guarantee. I said I would ask, and we will. And we will update you when we know more. It took a little minute for really 23, 24, 25, 26, actually 21 and 22 to make their way. The high end has been ongoing for a minute.
Get you that rundown for Game 6. Across the house, Shannon Sellens, Jillian Martin, Dasha Kovalova, Catherine Rawsthorne, Alexis Nyer, and Maria Jose Rodriguez, 13 through 16. Liz Culkin, Ashton Woods, Sydney Brummett, Tanya Ramanpour, Courtney Ermish, and Liz Johnson on 19 and 20. Diana Zavjalova, Giselle Paz, Lauren Pate, Wendy Beter Jimenez, Aaron McCarthy, and Nicole Hiroka on 21 through 24. Here on 25 through 28, Angie Ramirez-Perea, Bernice Lim, Debbie Ayers, Valerie Bercier, and Julia Bond. On 29 through 32, Haley Richard, Danielle McEwen, Jada Horn, Fania Kobo, Kelly Kulik, and Taylor Bailey. 33 through 36, Josie Barnes, Gigi Mason, Birgit Norreichs, Marissa Carey, Taylor Boltice, and Sherry Tan.
One
folks.
day, go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, no, you first.
No, mine's not nearly as important.
I just wanted to let everybody know I have a song to sing right now myself. It's the standings after 13.
How does it
A
go?
squad only. It's more of a William Shatner spoken word type thing,
Okay.
where I'm just going to read it as it is normally and talk and not sing at all.
Should we snap our fingers or no?
No.
Okay.
There's absolutely zero rhythm to it whatsoever. There's no rhyming. It's just straight words.
It's a freestyle.
A very poor freestyle. Aaron McCarthy, however, is leading A squad once again, but the scores continue to go north overall. Plus 65 leads the way on A squad. Aaron sits in 5th place overall at the moment with 3 games left to go. Liz Culkin sits in 2nd plus 55. Taylor Boltice plus 44. Diana Zavjalova plus 41. Liz Johnson plus 11. Sherry Tan plus 10. Shannon Sellens plus 7. Dasha Kovalova plus 2. Those are the players who are even on A squad or better at the moment. Sydney Brummett minus 15. Danielle McEwen minus 18 after that 236 last game. 61 over her last 2 to get to minus 18. Marissa Carey minus 40. Birgit Norreichs minus 50. The current cut line minus 52. Elise Bolton. Maria Jose Rodriguez at minus 57. Julia Bond minus 64. Wendy Beter Jimenez minus 76. Valerie Bercier minus 79. Then after that goes all the way to Tanya Ramanpour minus 128. So it looks like Brianna Cote getting closer and closer to be the overall leader heading into day 3 at the U.S. Women's Open. Just a couple games left to go. Plus 16, currently the highest score on the block that I'm seeing. I think that might be it. I think I saw 2 players plus for the block so far. Plus 16, the high tally. Which begs the question, who's going to make a rally?
Just in regards to the withdrawal, I think we had mentioned that according to the pairing sheet, Brittany Hillman had withdrew yesterday.
Yep.
So that's the answer to that question.
I believe it was mentioned for personal reasons, so no injury, but something came up.
I don't even want to click on that link. I can't even imagine what it could be. Hey, CP.
I assumed it was going to be Rocket Man, so there's JT throwing a curveball in there.
Picked a good time to stop on in, my friend. Aaron, at some point maybe not this game. She's already into, I think she's in the 9th, maybe the 10th, speaking of Sherry Tan. I'd like to see how she's playing them, especially at this late in the juncture of the block. We'll probably do that around game 7.
Sherry still plus, but the struggle has been real. Plus 10 overall, 157, 152, 177, 184, 174. Angie Ramirez Perea, we talked about her strong start. It's kind of tapered off these past 3 games, 155, 180, 185, now at minus 152.
Appreciate that update regarding Sherry from Holstein in the chat. That is indeed the case. While we're on the topic of left-handers, I did speak to Shannon Puhowski during a quick break, and she mentioned obviously the tough day. Get out to a very slow start, but 130 something in game one, but didn't think she threw it back. It felt actually very good, but she split 5 times. And then as the round continued to go on, continued to try to find some stuff. Items weren't working. Then when you start to try, and we mentioned this, when she started to try to strike, to try to figure out, what to do and how to get some things to get going. And she found herself kind of, getting into some bad habits. Your body starts doing things that it shouldn't do, and that it's not right. But now you're in a different mindset, so she kind of got trapped in a different fashion, if you will. Then also, she's the only lefty on her squad, so everywhere she went, it was fresh theoretically. So a lot of things, ultimately a recipe of a tough day for Shannon, but still in good spirits. She was actually smiling and when she was talking to me about it. So I think she's very much looking forward to tomorrow.
And the cut has, we kind of talked about that from where she was after round one to where she was sitting after round two. But the cut has basically come to her. So she's going to be potentially inside the top 24 when this block is all said and done. Great double there from Valerie Bercier. Getting messengers. Taking care of that 10 pin. Another player who's right on the cusp of that cut number at the moment. Valerie minus 79 entering this game. 216 last game. She kind of had a similar start to, you mentioned Shannon was a 133 start. Valerie 131 out of the gates, but has steadily been improving each game, and a couple more strikes here, and she's within the number. Big time double there for Julia Bond. Similar situation for her. Minus 64 at the moment. She's actually had one of the stronger blocks out here for A squad. She's minus 10 for the block. So outside of a 157 in game two has been pretty steady. Numbers you'd be happy to take out here on this condition. 215, then that 157, 190, 205, 223, and she can bail out a couple of early opens here with 2-0 still.
A nice start from Angie. Dealing with a split washout. JB started her day really well. Excellent shot for Angie. That looked like more of what we saw from her in game two. But Julia Bond, she started the day well. Made a 4-9 in game one. It was early in the game too, so that helps get the mojo going a little bit.
Gets that first hit in the 10th. Now in the 190s.
At a point, Aaron, seen a lot of folks, a lot of players here throw some good shots, and now the pins are being a bit stubborn. 4 pins. Yeah, just going back to Taylor Bailey's game. Maybe left 2 8 pins, at least 1, and a 9 pin.
.209 finish for Valerie, 194 for Julia. Let's head over to a different pair as we're wrapping up game number 6. Take a look at 17 through 20, featuring Liz Culkin, Ashton Woods, Cindy Rummett, Courtney Ermish, Tanya Ramanpour, and Liz Johnson. And outside of Courtney Ermish, everybody looking to find something late here in game 6.
Wilson makes a good point in the chat. Yeah, there is an international event ongoing, and someone like Sandra Gongor would normally be here.
Actually saw a few folks from Team Mexico out at the Summer Classic Series and talking to them. That was the plan all along, was to make sure they were there to be able to essentially compete in their version of team trials upcoming. Oh. You gotta see it someplace. Phil ball's okay.
Well, the high end of the building is just about bowling fast. Just an overall much better day for Courtney Ermish.
She'll be plus for the block if she gets one more strike here. Was at 975 after 5. So it's 233 out there. Liz is going to fall to the minus here. She was at plus 11 entering this game. Fall to minus 8. Liz Culkin's now going to be at plus 22. Emil, I know earlier we talked about the reference, Nathan Bohr coming in, making the reference to the Beast.
Yep.
From Sandlot, and I feel for this squad. They're not that fortunate. This is full monster mode.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what I don't know what JT had mentioned very early now in the broadcast about the plan potentially for this group to be a little further left, get them to get the lanes into a bit of a transition a little quicker. Maybe that will help open things up later. Yeah, It's been a little rough. Yeah, a bit more than perhaps this morning, and this morning was something. Me Slim just bowled a very nice game. There's a few more. Someone mentioned, man, was that yesterday? Something about we were talking about topics in the PWBA Bold TV group. Someone mentioned about fry, like the Friday or best fry, worst fry, etc. I think the closest thing I've ever seen really to that is I think players will show their frustrations, like when they're moving some equipment. You might hear a bag or two hit the ground a little harder than normal. Generally speaking, it's nothing too egregious from what I've seen. They also have the locker room too. That's their area to handle that kind of thing if they choose to. So. Well, Aaron, I think I got some updates.
Some updates.
I'm gonna wait. Make sure you have the same set updates too.
Yeah, right.
I think my update is I don't think anyone is plus currently for the block.
I'm not there yet, but we only had 2 players entering the previous game. Game number 6. Plus for the block, so certainly in play. There weren't any I think we said plus 16. Was that the number? DMAC was plus 16 for the block entering game 6. So now that we're in game 7, a shot there from Sherry. Marissa Carey, Sherry Tan, Taylor Boltice, Shannon Sellens, Dasha Kovalova, and Jillian Martin here for Game 7. Taylor getting the lean there on the 10, says not so fast. All right, folks. Score update after 6 games here. 14 overall for A squad. We actually got the top 2 scores from A squad in the overall category over here on 17 and 18. Taylor Boltice now leading the squad at plus 65. Sherry Tan, after that 238 game, bouncing back nicely at plus 48. Diana Zavyalova plus 40. Aaron McCarthy plus 37. Liz Culkin plus 22. And at the moment, only 12 players total between both squads, averaging better than 200. Liz Johnson minus 8 in 13th. Dasha Kovalova at minus 17. And Birgit Norreichs has put together 2 great games back-to-back, 233 and 231 to get to minus 19. Shannon Sellens minus 24 now, so she's kind of fallen off pace after the strong start. 163, 169 her last 2 games. Danielle McEwen at minus 39. Marissa Carey minus 45. Sydney Brummett minus 48. Maria Jose Rodriguez currently the cut at minus 49. Then the next players here on A squad, Julia Bond and Valerie Bercier, ironically enough, bowling together, both at minus 70. Wendy Bater Jimenez at minus 78. And then we go all the way to Josie Barnes at minus 130. Let's check for the squad overall. Emil mentioned might have no players plus. We'll see if we can confirm that right now. See 1175 so far from Taylor Boltice. $11.77 Liz Johnson. $11.95 Danielle McEwen. Julia Bond, $11.84. Josie Barnes, $11.97. Courtney Ermish, $11.97. I think that's it. 0 players plus. Jillian Martin currently at minus 177. She's 72 under for the day. Everybody else within this group currently in the top 24.
The motto, however you got to knock them down, is really, at this point, the best model to have. However you can get it done.
I mean, that shot there from Jillian looked like she actually scooched in front of the ball return. Was able to get it back from way downtown.
Oh,
Shannon still trying to make things work up the boards. Dasha putting together a nice game. Sherry Tan looking for 3 in a row.
don't look now, Aaron Smith.
Uh-oh.
Liz Johnson. Triple. 8 spare. No, the intrigue is killing you.
It really is. This is quite rude what you're doing right now.
Triple.
So 6 out of 7.
Indeed.
278 max.
She is on 25 and 26. I already know Hosen knows where she is.
Hosen, my man.
But yeah, she's kind of firing it too. In between third, fourth arrow.
We really haven't talked too much about Dasha this event. But in looking at her card overall through both rounds, her very first game of the tournament was 175. That's been her low game so far. And I feel that's it's probably something not too many folks can say out there this week so far.
Wait, say that again?
Her low game was her first game of the event, 175.
That's impressive. That's a win in itself right there. That you are winning. Big win.
As I say that, I do see Jordan Richard in the same boat, 175, her low game. Currently at minus 14. Stephanie Johnson, pretty similar, 170 her low game. But it seems like there's been a 150, 160 for most everybody out there at some point.
If you're looking at those scores, Aaron, looking at Liz at minus 23. She looks like she's definitely going to get to plus. She's got 4 in a row now. I mentioned Josie earlier as someone to kind of keep an eye on this squad. And although, again, not plus, as we mentioned, but the -3, I thought she was someone who certainly knows how to grind, enjoys them when they're tough, understands what's necessary when they're tough, and is a good spare shoot.
Well, at the end of this game here for Shannon Sellens. Going to get into the two teens. Doing something really no one else on the right side is doing from what I've seen.
He's also dealing with a little wrist pain as well.
I did notice that, so that was something she must have mentioned.
Yes, she was. She had taped it. I'm sorry, iced it. Excuse me. After yesterday's block, I believe. And she said she didn't do or hadn't done anything, leading up to the event that would cause her pain, at least to her knowledge. And she said it was a pain that she really hadn't felt before. And so she is wearing, along with some tape, some type of brace as well tonight. She posted about it a little bit on, at least a picture of her icing the wrist as well on social media.
Marissa's going to get that 10-pin out of there for the double. Sherry Tan. Be a well-done professional game here. 213. She's going to get to plus 61.
Solid. A little room.
Taylor Boltice, a similar effort so far, looking to capitalize on the strike in the ninth now. Dasha with that open in the 10th, 204. Shannon, 215. She's at -9 now. There we go, Taylor.
Nicely done. Good to see Taylor having some success. Follow her on social media. You know that she has been very open about taking a little time off for some self-care, focusing in on her mental health. Took Spokane off for that very reason. Make sure she was in better prepared mentally for this week. And some of the messages that she's posted from individuals who are reaching out to her in very much an inspiring type of way, and almost encouraging those players that, or the other individuals, the fans, theoretically, to that they too, it's okay to go through those things and talk about them.
Nice 208 there. Clean game, plus 73. She's really had a nice tournament so far. Plus 90 day one. She's had some ups and downs this block, but hanging right around even. It was minus 25 for her first six.
Okay, if you're into that.
Courtney Ermish has been impressive today. Talked about Taylor. I know we talked about Courtney, but yeah, she's been good.
Host time reporting 256
That is correct.
for Liz J. Not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind watching Liz the last game, especially after 256.
Well, she's going to be.
Looks like on our final pair.
Yep.
33 through 36. Let's do that. Let's head over that way. Moving to the high end.
Have a good night, Joan. Thank you.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. This plan backfired at first look. I should have asked. Is there bowling going on there? Absolutely nothing.
No.
Not a soul in sight. So we'll come back here. Emil, where is there bowling at?
Bowling is happening on. Oh, boy. We've got 29, 30, 31, and 32.
It's nearby.
Yeah. A few frames left of 23 and 24, just a few shots. One full frame for Sydney Brummett, which is the 10th. She can get to 238.
It's a big game for Sid. Get some momentum back. That's right, Rep. Done messed up on that one.
That was right. That was like the first real, like, actual beautiful opportunity to use that.
But they did look nice. I do agree. Good comment in the chat about the oil pattern moving forward, and this will not be used for the rest of the way out. So I'm sure the players are very thankful that this is only an 8-game experience instead of the final 32 games. So we will have a different pattern tomorrow, 46 feet in length for round number 3 before we conclude qualifying and cut to the top 24. And then for the rest of the way out, a 42-foot condition will be the final challenge of the week. .42 feet, 38-foot drop brush, 28.31 mils, combo of fire and ice from Kegel. So the good news for all the players in the field, after this upcoming game, nobody has to bowl on this again for more than likely another year. Unless they really, really, really enjoy 40-foot flat conditions. Crazy thing is you could come to the ITRC right a 2-minute walk from where I'm at right now. You could come here and request this. You could say, hello, Nick. Hello, Lou. 40-foot flat, please.
40-foot flat, please. Aaron trying to get in the 190s.
Oh, get out of there. I'm overly happy for those hits right now. There's so much work going on. Give them their hits. All right, all three in the 10th. 195, now at plus 32. Bernice is going to be in the 220s this game, 226. All right, I've checked. There's bowling going on 33 through 36. It's happening. It's really happening.
Wow, what one game can do for you, Aaron, at this tournament, as we talked about. I'll anxiously look forward to the overall standings once this game is complete.
Absolutely nutty.
I know you guys had a conversation earlier today about toughest patterns, I think, right?
I tossed it out there in the chat, yeah, for folks to talk about some of the toughest conditions they have faced over the years.
100%. I think this is the hardest pattern I've ever bowled on. We used to practice on this at Lindenwood. Foolishly.
Foolishly?
Yeah. And then I remember distinctly I bowled at the time what it was a PWBA Experience League, a summer league. It's a good league too. It's a trios league. And it ended up being like at the end of the however many weeks it was. I forgot what the qualifications were, but they had like I guess what is now Bolero, essentially. All the leagues, these experience leagues, held at particular centers. Whatever the qualifications were, if you qualified, then you would bowl like a separate kind of tournament after the league was over. $1,000, I think it was, first place, maybe a little more, something like that. But in the league itself, I think I was averaging like 220 for the first 10 or 11 weeks. The last 2 weeks were the U.S. Open pattern. I finished the league averaging 205.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's one positive you can take away from that, Emil.
And what would that be, Aaron?
That's game 8, and it's time for a giveaway, folks. Let's go.
Well done.
J-Rod, always on top of it in the chat. Knows when the time is right.
The Bowl TV chat does not miss with the giveaway.
Does not miss. So it's that time. Bowl TV T-shirt giveaway. If you're joining us for the first time, a big thank you for spending the day with us here on this 40-foot flat condition at the U.S. Women's Open. You're going to see a prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It's going to say a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It's going to count down for 90 seconds. And at the conclusion, did I say 90? I meant 60. If I said 60, then I'm just repeating myself. But at the end of that 60 seconds, a new prompt will pop up in the same exact spot. It's going to say the giveaway has begun, and there will be a submit entry button right next to it. All you have to do is click that submit entry button, and you will be entered for a chance to win a Bowl TV t-shirt. We do recommend that you take a full screen mode for these. Make sure you can see the chat and everything. But let's get that underway here in just a moment. Let's go after Tanya's third frame here. Tanya Ramanpour stepping up, runner-up in 2019 at the U.S. Women's Open. So we're going to have to wait a second here after her spare attempt. We'll get this giveaway going. Should be just about time for a score update after that as well. But we'll make sure this giveaway is underway. So you've got Betty chiming in the chat, first time in Bowl TV. Thanks, Betty.
Hey, Betty. Well, Betty, I don't know when you first logged on, but apparently you came at the right time.
And everything
Go ahead.
And everything they said about Emil singing is a lie.
I was gonna say you missed the live concert.
So giveaway is underway. Good luck, everybody.
Oh, come on.
We'll get to that score update in just a second.
And it's so strange now in the building. And what I mean by that is the atmosphere. It's like the players, I feel like the players obviously are aware it's game 8, and it's like, okay, we finally made it to game 8. Let's all try to throw the best shots we can to do a couple of things. One, feel better about ourselves when we head into tomorrow. 2, to get the you-know-what up out of here. And 3, they know it's a Bowl TV giveaway. Jay Zellers for the first time as well. Man. Maybe we'll start tomorrow with how many first timers do we have?
Just like being in the squad room at the Open or the Women's Championships.
We do not have any pins to give away, though, regarding first-time viewers.
Congratulations to John for winning the Bowl TV t-shirt. John, our marketing team, will be reaching out to you in the next day or two. So be on the lookout for that email. Thank you for participating and being part of the Bowl TV community. All right, that's score update. As promised, Taylor Boltice plus 73. Currently leading the way. Sherry Tan plus 51 her last 2 games. She's now up to plus 61. Liz Johnson 256 to get to plus 48. Doing Liz Johnson type things right now. Can she add one more? Coming light 245. Off to a strong start though. Erin McCarthy plus 32. Liz Culkin plus 23. Diana Zavyalova plus 17. Shannon Sellens minus 9. Dasha Kovalova minus 13. Valerie Bercier 247 that last game. She's at minus 23 inside the number. Sydney Brummett 212 minus 36 also in the number. Danielle McEwen minus 40 in the number. Birgit Norreichs minus 44 in the number. And 24th place at the moment, minus 52. Elise Bolton, who's in the clubhouse already. Maria Jose Rodriguez, minus 65. Wendy Bater Jimenez, minus 69. Marissa Carey, minus 80. Julia Bond, minus 106. Josie Barnes, minus 129. So let's take a look through the squad here. Saw a few folks mentioned already. I believe Liz and Courtney on the right side of plus now. We'll take a quick run through. Taylor's 17 under for the day. Liz plus 33. Shannon Sellens at minus 11 for the day. Danielle right there, minus 6 for the evening. Josie Barnes continuing just to be right around that 200 mark, Emil. Minus 2 now. 201 last game. And then Courtney Ermish continuing to move up. 21 over for the block. Now all the way up to 46th place.
Well, the thing about it, and Jim, you've I think you've hit the nail right on the head based on what I've seen in the practice session. I mean, I feel it took me about 5 or 6 shots for me to tell Aaron that I think this pattern 3 will be the highest scoring. But the majority of the field should be playing them pretty straight tomorrow, at least to start. And for those who already prefer to play them straight, it could be that best chance to make a nice sizable dent. Someone like Courtney Ermish. But I really think that's what has gotten her to the block she's had today. She's not going to do or try to do too much with the bowling ball, which is exactly what you want to do on this. A bowling fan that asked, I saw her or him or a bowling fan, whoever that might be behind that moniker, say, hey, is that it? Or is it? Yes. Maybe. It depends. I do hope we can get you all taken care of at some point there, Deborah. I know Aaron is taking notes on that. Young Ashton Woods putting in some work here. 2 Don. Josie Barnes got a chance to finish this day with a game of 250 or better. Dasha Kovalova with a good chance to end in the 240s. If you're curious about Josie, she's on 23 and 24. Again, she can strike out to get to 255. Benia Kobo over on 21 and 22. She can get to 227. Of course, Bliss Johnson still in front of us. 240 out there still for LJ. Courtney Ermish needs some help. That won't do it. Chance to get to 200 still, though. It's a good question, Jeremy. The answer normally would be yes. Due to COVID. The Pro-Am events had been nixed. In fact, for the tour, it took about, let's see, I believe the first event fans were allowed in the building was in Farmingdale. The first of 2 stops in New York. This is definitely a pattern where after you get done, it's just a simple, get something decent to eat. Oh, LJ. Pull it back with that fist pump, Liz Johnson. Liz Johnson's got that look in her eye. Unfortunately, I did see that, Joe. I did see that. It's definitely a shame. You were just there. You brought us cannolis and just like that. It's tough.
So I stepped away for a quick second there, but I have to ask, maybe you addressed it. Liz Johnson apparently is just disregarding this pattern the last 2 games, and
didn't get the memo.
I just said I'm going to go 100 over the final 2.
That is why she is considered. Go. 250, 240.
Doing goat, thanks. Unbelievable.
Good spare. Nice day for Courtney Ermish. Well done.
So Barnes going to have a nice Nice game here. Going to be in the 230s.
Who are you talking about? Oh, that yesterday here was Curtis Woods, the father of Ashton.
Let's go, Curtis.
Ashton can get to 219. Nice way to finish the day. Josie did end up getting to 235, Aaron. Sydney Brummett can finish strong as well.
I think we're going to head over there real quick with this pair wrapping up.
She's still got 257 left out there. Good question, John. In comparison, yeah, it should be. You know, it's still not going to be that easy, obviously.
Oh, no. No.
Oh.
Come on, U.S. Open. Oh. 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 Tell those pins at Double Decker Lanes I want a refund.
He said, I want a refund.
My goodness. Oh. My heart hurts right now.
There will be a few more strikes thrown tomorrow. I would be shocked if we got through the first half of that block, and someone wasn't 100 over.
.235 finish for Sydney will get her to -1. So 47 over those last two for Sid to fight back to even after a rough stretch there, after the strong start. So gotta tip the cap to Sid for that. Looks like just one shot left to go over on 13 and through 16.
Sydney, what you have that last game? 235.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes round 2 for our A squad. Ladies, please add those recaps, turn them into the front counter. We'll get those scores verified and updated on bowl.com as well as PWBA.com as quickly as we can. Athletes will return tomorrow morning for round 3 at 11. That concludes round 2 for our A squad. Ladies, please add those recaps, turn them into the front counter. S women's good night, everyone. Updated on bowl.com as well as PWBA.com as quickly as we can. Athletes will return tomorrow morning for round 3 at 11 a.m. Thank you for joining us all day long, and we hope to see you back here tomorrow for more qualifying of the 2021 U.S. Women's Open. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody, indeed. 16 games now in the books between two squads on our 40-foot flat lane pattern. Emil Williams Jr.
Yes.
We made it.
We did make it. It was touch and go for a minute. But, man. Hey, man. This is the way you get. It's supposed to be hard.
Absolutely. You heard Tennille mention it over the announcements. 11 a.m. local time tomorrow. That's 2 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be back on the airwaves here, BowlTV.com, to watch the next round of competition here.
Folks, don't go anywhere yet, especially Hosang. We are hoping to be joined briefly by Liz Johnson.
Let's go. The story of today, Brianna Cote, phenomenal round, plus 84 to get to the overall lead. Plus 170 the number. Liz Johnson, 101 over her last two games. Did not catch what Taylor or Sherry Tan did that final game. But Liz got up to plus 93, I believe, with that effort.
Sherry Tan shot 185. Taylor Boltice 168.
So it sounds like Liz leading the squad. So there we go. What a day, folks.
Well, I mean, you're just happy that as a player, you're happy that you made it through. You grinded the best you could. Liz Johnson, one of the best at doing that. I talked about Josie doing that. If you look at the blocks for a lot of these players, and obviously Liz's final two games are just incredible. But Aaron, same thing, only a couple of 200 games, but literally she had two games of 200 or better, Aaron McCarthy. but still obviously a good position. Sherry Tan, the early struggles, back-to-back 150s to start.
Mm-hmm.
And then took her to game 6 to get 200, 238, then 213. Then the buck 80 as well. So I mean, it's been everything that we thought it would be, maybe even a little bit more difficult than before, or than this morning, excuse me.
Definitely had to have the patience out there. Take advantage of the opportunities when you had them, and the player to do that the best here on A Squad. The Hall of Famer, Liz Johnson, looks like she's ready to go. Let's bring her in. Liz, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear.
Well, Liz, obviously the big story, the end of that block for you, 256, 245. Talk about finding that late in the block here.
Yeah, it was definitely was hitting some transition. I was just trying to find something that was a ball that was just stable, and something got me through the front part of the lane. And I was throwing some BBs out there, and just trying to find something that would get to the pocket but not really change direction too much, just kind of lay off. And I switched to my high road. I think it was game 4, game 5, and it was close, but I wasn't sure that was the right ball. But I just kind of was patient with it and just stayed with it. And somehow I pulled out. I had a couple breaks and shot 250, 240 in my last 2 games.
Obviously, Liz, a lot of experience with this event. That goes without saying. So far in your experience, I mean, was today any different than anything else you've experienced, especially regarding the 40-foot flat pattern?
It was just a grind. I was just trying to get to the 1-3 pocket and try not to make too many mistakes and fill in frames. There, I saw a lot of splits, a lot of holes out there, and the number was not going up. And in my mind, it's just trying to make the best shots I could and find something that was just going to get me through the 1-3. And eventually, the pins were going to fall in my mind. And I had a couple of bad breaks early on, a couple of ring 10s on strikes, and again, just told myself to be patient. And last 2 games, I got a couple breaks, hit a Brooklyn here and there, and really made the most of it and made some good shots when I got that, and made my spares, and somehow I shot 5-0 the last 2 games, so I was pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. After 2 rounds here, 16 games in the book, still 40 away from that 56 game mark that we talked so much about. But how do you feel about your performance through these first 2 rounds? How do you feel you're competing out there up to this point?
I feel really good. I feel really strong mentally and physically, and definitely after the last two games, it definitely it's great to finish on a high note, and it makes me come in with a really positive attitude coming in to tomorrow morning. But 8 more games. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So it's 1 game at a time, 1 shot at a time, and fill those frames every single shot.
All right, Liz. Well, thank you so much for joining us here, taking a couple minutes to join us on Bowl TV. We'll let you rest up for tomorrow. You'll be back on the lanes first. So we look forward to seeing you competing once again, and great performance today.
Thanks a lot, Aaron.
All right, folks. Liz Johnson joining us here. Always appreciate getting to talk with the GOAT about just doing GOAT things. So Liz, unofficially, I believe, is going to move into 3rd place overall. It looks like only 2 players are going to be better than plus 100 after 16 games. Daria Payuk and Brianna Cote.
Yeah, it's just looking forward to tomorrow. Aaron, I this is going to be the time to get some pins back. We all know that. We talked about it before. Fun to watch Liz kind of, be Liz in those last couple of games. Give a lot of credit to Courtney Ermish today. Thought she had, an excellent block. Taylor Boltice was very good today. Josie Barnes as well. Aaron, Sherry, even Sid battling, to get to a nice number and -1 overall too. So, it was a pretty solid day, I think, overall. I think we got a chance to see players in some environments that maybe we haven't seen them in a while, where they were forced to do some things differently. And, basically they were thrown out in the fire, if you will. And you got to do what you got to do to survive. And most of the players did that. and we will see them tomorrow.
That we will. 2 p.m. Eastern, going to be the time for that. But folks, we're going to go ahead and call it a night here from the Bowl TV studio in Arlington, Texas, and on site at Double Decker Lanes. So with that, our final thank yous as we sign off. USBC, BPAA, and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour and great events like the U.S. Women's Open. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider. Of course, all of our athletes this week. All the great fans on BowlTV.com. We appreciate it, folks, as always. Of course, for the staff at Double Decker Lanes, the PWBA and USBC short duration event staffs, the IBC support here at the campus, and finally the Bowl TV team. Matt Cannizzaro, Curtis Von Kruger, Jason Thomas, Emil Williams Jr., I'm Aaron Smith. We're signing off from the U.S. Women's Open. We will be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, for round number 3. So, folks, have an excellent evening. We'll see you soon. And remember, as always, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here.